Alright, cool. Everything's fixed. Hello, Timothy. How are you doing? Good job. You got first. Um, okay, good. That's there. Okay. It's a good thing that I just line up every single tab that I need on my bookmarks bar so that I can just open them all up very quickly when I've forgotten to. Good, you? I'm doing okay. I had some coffee, so I'm feeling fucking tip-top, you know? It's I have become in need of coffee before doing things sometimes. Most of the time it's because work and I wake up really early and then I'm, awake for the rest of the day most of the time. Um and if I actually have to do something, I need to stay awake. So I usually have another cup of coffee. So, I'm reliant on caffeine nowadays. But it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure nothing could ever happen that would be wrong with that. Um, Coffee is good shit. That's right, dude. I I've had um coffee to make here at home for a while, and I just haven't been making coffee, you know? I used to make it a lot more. I used to drink it a lot more. And then I, had like a month where I just didn't drink coffee. And then I only drank it at work, and then now I'm to the point of just needing it to be alive. So it's good stuff. I should really just like lay off for a little while and reset again, but I'm okay for now. It's all good. Um, so yeah, I'm all right. Long-winded way of saying I am okay. Um, yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Were you tired last week? Yes. Last week was just it wasn't an energy in the sense of like being able to do things kind of week for me. It was just an energy in the sense of like my mental energy was like, nah, I can't do streaming this week. And so I just didn't do the show. And I apologize for that. But sometimes that just happens where you just hit that wall and then your brain goes, ooh, that wall was hard. Maybe I actually don't want to climb over the wall, you know? And then I go, oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I guess we'll just go and lay down and watch like riff tracks all fucking day. And then like tell your friends, hey, we can just play games, man. And then just completely not do that because you get real fucking tired. So yeah, it's good stuff. I'm having a great time. Um, Totally get it. I've been there. Yeah, we've all been there, right? We've all been there. Anywho, um, thankfully though, it has cooled down this past week. Like, it's not been absurdly hot. So my house has not been absurdly hot. So actually, my air conditioner's turned off. Um, and I was like, oh, cool. This is nice. I like this. So yeah, no, it was it was a good week, at least in that aspect. Um, been busy at work a lot, so not been able to do much else, but uh, have been doing okay so far. But that's enough of that. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Table Talk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95, and I don't know if we're gonna see Boo this evening. He's also had to do a lot of work, so he might be too tired to join in, which is totally fair, understandable, and I do not blame him. I don't know where Aiden is, but I will assume the same thing. Um, and there was something else that was happening for him today, for his stuff. So, it could be that some stuff just went on a little bit long, and he's just not feeling it, which is also fair. So it's you and me, and we are going to be here talking about monks, and we're going to be talking about combat. Wowee, wowie zowie. The mental energy thing is the reason why I skip lore dumps sometimes. Oh, absolutely. So I haven't had the energy to write, which has been really annoying because I had a good flow going for a while, and then I just kind of stopped, and I was like, cool, hell yeah, love that. Um, I don't know. It's that whole thing. You just kind of hit a wall sometimes, like I said before, and it happens. Anyway, let's talk about D&D stuff, right? Oh, one other thing. Um, Before I forget, there was we got an email. I know, crazy thing, emails, right? Um, we got an email from another creative team, I think. Another podcast, in fact, and I've still got to look into it a little bit more to see if we'll have them on or maybe go over there or something. I don't know, but um yeah, so that we've been contacted. Whoa, it's strange when that happens, but again, I got to look into it a little bit more just to see. Um, so we'll see what happens with that. I just thought it was interesting to note. Please, if you're out there and you want to get in touch with us, send us an email or whatever, and I'll look into it. Hey Draco Kraken and hello Shin. Don't even have the energy to come up with a cool first line for the chat. Hey, that's fair. No worries. I understand. Anywho, shall we begin, everyone? I don't know if you know this, but in D&D, there is a class that you can play called the Monk. Strange thing, I know. Crazy, huh? Um, yeah, apparently the Monk is broken. Like it needs to be fixed, apparently. Now, I've heard this sentiment a couple of times. I'm not sure why it's a thing. Hello, Chara. Hello, Entropy. I'm not sure why it's a thing, but it is a thing that I have seen. And maybe it's because monks are too broken? Maybe it's because monks are actually somewhat like, and by broken, of course, before I meant broken in the sense of being too powerful. Or maybe there's some aspects to them that don't necessarily gel well with how D&D is. I don't know. I'm interested to see what these fixes are and work backwards from there, right? Other podcasts, that's a thing. Joke. Yes, exactly. I actually haven't been listening to. By the way, hello, Verity. I actually haven't been listening to many other podcasts recently. I've been meaning to get back into the swing of listening to stuff. I've just been listening to music. Actually, I'm in my music listening to time. I bounce between that listening to audiobooks and listening to podcasts. It really depends on my mood, and these days it's just been like, yeah, I'm just gonna listen to music. I need to add more music to my library actually. Um, it's fun. It's good stuff. Um, Martial artists in my Western fantasy perish the thought. Indeed, Draco Kraken. Yes. So I don't really know what we're gonna be getting into, but this is from Trient Monk's Temple. Seems to be a bigger channel of some sort. Um, ah, hold on. I've been called out. Hey,
Hello, hello.
how are you?
Oh, I'm not doing too bad. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm glad to see you.
Fantastic. Glad to be here. Can I have
Yeah, yeah.
how is everybody tonight?
Well, I will I'll give you the pop out and hopefully it just
Thank you.
works.
I
Uh
just had one of those naps where you wake up and you feel fantastic,
ooh.
which is like a rarity for me.
Hell
So I'm
yeah.
taking this gift as it comes.
That's awesome, dude. I drink coffee, so I'm feeling good.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Chemical means.
Yes, it's the only way. Does the link work?
The link does work. I see
Fantastic.
Teardrop Timothy saying hi, Aiden Senpai, and hello,
There
Timothy.
you go.
Shin, Draco, Pretty.
There you go.
Yeah,
Good, good, good.
lots of familiar faces.
Indeed, indeed. Um, Apparently Christian monks also had some kind of martial art. I think it used their staff more though. I didn't know that. Interesting. I've been listening to a podcast called The Weeb Crew lately. They talk about anime. That's great. There you go. Um, so, well, hey, today we're talking about the monk. Um, Apparently it needs fixing. Uh, these are 11 homebrew fixes for the monk apparently. Um, and I don't know about you, but like I was saying before, I don't necessarily think monks need too much fixing off the top of my head. But I I'm curious as to if you think there's anything that actually does need fixing with monks. Aiden?
Sorry.
You get
So Key makes monks pretty busted pretty early on.
okay.
Um, because like they get to tread both lines and get the best of both worlds of being both a caster and a marshal.
Hmm.
Um, because essentially Key allows them combat arts.
Yes, that is true.
Um, so later on, I'm not as familiar with late level monks, but I am under the impression that they fall off slightly.
I would imagine so, right? I mean, like, I know, what is it?
Well, I need to see the level 20 part for monk.
Yeah,
1
yeah.
second.
I'm pretty sure that like stunning strike is really good for a while. I think it's stunning strike. That's what it's called. The ability to do your flurry of blows is pretty good in the very beginning. Um, but yeah, later on, at least from my knowledge, just off the top of my head, with very little to no research after the fact, I can't imagine that they are like incredible at the end. Um,
So at level 20, they get perfect self, which I believe means they no longer die of aging. So that's pretty cool, I guess.
neat.
Oh, sorry. When you roll for initiative and have no key points remaining, you regain 4 key points.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. Where's the one? Oh, that must be a specific order of
It
monk.
might be.
There's. I think it's the Plague Doctor monk. At like level 20 or their I don't know their
I
latest
think 17.
subclass. Yeah, 17. That sounds right. It's like purely role play. It's like, oh, you just no longer die of natural causes,
Okay, okay.
and I'm like, neat, but
Yeah.
uh, all of the flavor gains should hopefully be at low level,
Yeah, you would think,
right?
right? Yeah. I mean, and the flavor that you would gain at the higher level stuff would be combined with actual mechanical benefits that would make you go, "Ooh," you know. Um,
I'll see if I can find the specific benefit
yeah,
I'm thinking.
absolutely. I forget about monks a lot. That's fair. To rebuttal, certainly no other class excels at casting and martial. Cough, warlock, cough. True. Not necessarily the martial aspect though. You kind of have to build into the martial aspect a bit more, I would think, because you're focusing, at least from my memory, you're focusing a lot on charisma because of the fact that you can get the invocation to make it so that you can add like damage bonus and such, right? And then obviously all of your spells are off charisma, and the upcasting to highest level of magic that you are able to do for your spells. Hex blades, true. I forget about hex blades. Never mind.
By the way, Alejo,
Yes.
at 15th level, your key sustains you so that you suffer none of the frailty of old age and you can't be aged magically. You can still die of old age, however. In addition, you no longer need food or water. This is called Timeless Body, and you
Uh,
get it at 15th level.
okay, okay. So at that point, you're immortal until you die.
Yeah, you just like can't be starved,
So
I guess.
it's you can't be starved, and if you were to utilize the like the aging effects table, I believe, or something like that, none of that affects you too.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any spells where the stated purpose of the spell is it makes the person older.
Yeah, I can't recall any either. Um,
So it feels a little weird that the player's handbook would include this
mm,
and be like, yes, this is meant to be a core or I don't know, a core benefit, but I
I
would
think it would be.
say yeah, I would say it's a core benefit just because it's part of the core class.
Yeah.
Um, this is a core benefit of the class, and it has no stated or like yeah, no stated benefit because like there
Mm,
isn't anything that specifically ages you magically.
yeah.
And no longer needing food or water, don't get me wrong, is pretty pog.
Mm,
But
mm.
like I don't know if no longer needing food or water is a level of pog necessary to justify a 15th level perk
Yes.
with no other stated benefit.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. Actually, I did have some kind of ridiculous thing I meant to say, but it's doing that thing right now where I know it existed, but I can't pull it out of my brain. I get you, shit. No worries. It would be nice to not feel old age. Yeah, I mean, it. That's more relevant though in like 3.5, and we're not in that edition with these kinds of monks and what we're talking about, at least in this video. So, because 3.5 had those aging tables that were like in there, to like it adjusted your wisdom and your strength and such, depending on how old you were. It was the thing. But these days, people just are old men all the time. They don't worry about it. It's great. So, like, I don't know, the effects of age don't seem to affect many people unless you actually roleplay it.
Yeah, it seems to be if you want to have like the super old monk
Yeah.
who like descends from the mountain and has
Yeah.
like a super long beard or something, but he's still a kung fu master.
Exactly.
And he's whipping out like 720-degree like flying sidekicks and whatever.
Yeah.
Then like yeah, if you want to role play that out, this is absolutely the perk for you.
Yeah.
Which I see them mentioning on RPG Stack
Oh,
Exchange.
okay. Yep.
But that kind of seems to be the only real benefit mentioned.
Yeah. 3.5 had monsters that would age you too. Yes, it did. Yeah, age actually had a bit of a reason in 3.5. Miss it. Um, I felt old since I was young, so maybe I'm just broken. No, I feel you, dude. I'm in the same way. No worries. Um, okay. Well, thankfully we have a nearly 30-minute video from Treant Monk's Temple. Blech, I can't say words. Called "Fixing the Monk D&D." Period. 11 homebrew fixes for the monk. No period. So we'll see, I suppose, if we go into good detail as to why things are broken and need to be fixed. But yeah, let's see. Could be useful to get it stuck on the beach that makes you old. That is true. That was a movie.
Hey, Optimancers, quick
Also a video game. Death
Yes.
Death Stranding.
True, true, true.
here. I've been doing a series where I rank subclasses, and a few weeks ago I did the monk subclasses, and I mean, unsurprisingly, they didn't fare very well. Now, I
Okay.
think it's important to say, before I go any further, that these ratings were assuming a game that includes feats. I do think the monk fares better if the game isn't using feats. Also, I should say that if you think the monk's fine and you're having fun playing monks, as is, then great. I don't want anyone to think I'm telling them their experience is wrong or
Fair.
they have to agree with me about the monk. These evaluations are based on my personal assessment and my personal experience, and those might be different than yours. I'm not an authority, I'm just a player who likes to share my opinions online.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are a player or a DM or both, who agrees with me that the monk as written doesn't work very well, and maybe you have some interest in how the monk might be altered to function more effectively, then this video is for us. If you like this content and would be interested in supporting it, you can check out the link to my Patreon in the video description.
Mm-hmm.
Patrons of this channel can see these videos early and without the YouTube ads. And my top level patrons join me and play some D&D every month.
Cool.
Today I want to recognize these top level patrons: Kurt G, Lee LeMay, IGW, Loxodon 13, Martz, Math Guy Dave, Matt, Mouse the Tank, McKill Precursor, Nathaniel McCauley, and Nick Lutz. Thank you all so much for your support. Let's get started.
Alright, cool.
I am reading through the monk changes in 5.5.
Okay.
So I may not necessarily be paying the most attention to this video, but I want to know how WotC is changing monk.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The the thing that I would say, at least at this point, is that I hope that he does go into what he explained, I guess, before, as to why the monk as written is not so great, doesn't work as well, because I'm very unsure as to what isn't working, I guess. Like, the tier list thing doesn't really interest me. I don't care which, I know I can see, like, which monk is, like, a better monk for the subclasses and stuff. I think, like, it was what is it, the Wave the Elements one is pretty okay. What was it? There was one that I can't recall, but it was, like, objectively, like, oh, okay, that's a monk, I guess. And I think it was in the player's handbook, but I don't remember.
So I believe this, just going into this episode, this may be an instance of us being out of touch with the community.
Yeah, oh, potentially.
Or rather, actually, the community being out of touch with us.
Oh.
Sorry. So I'm going off of Reddit just so I can, like, very quickly gain some, like, key points.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
in the
aha,
top,
key points. Sorry, go on.
but just in the first three comments,
Yeah.
I see, where is it? Monk got the most buffs compared to its 2014 counterpart and is very strong. Second comment, where is it? It's just not the dog shit like the last version it was. And then third comment, it was just the old monk that was bad.
Okay.
So popular opinion seems to be that monk is dog shit.
That's weird.
But, like, I don't know, man. I've seen Critical Role. I've
Sure.
seen Marisha Ray absolutely kill it as Bo.
Yeah. I guess
I don't know.
now, and I will at least point. Oh, sorry, go on.
I hesitate to say skill issue, but
Well, I will point to the whole, like, feats aspect, because a lot of what Bo does in Critical Role, if I recall correctly, is use Sentinel to the maximum degree, and really ruin the day of most everything. And that was something that would happen
that
over
is
and
true.
over.
Yeah. I was thinking her stunning strikes.
Stunning strike as well. Yeah, that is something. She got very lucky with a lot of stunning strikes. That's the one thing that I can look at and go, yeah, like, yeah, oh, that's pretty good. Like, consistently across the board usually. Though, if I had to concede a little bit, it would be like, well, most things are really good at Constitution saves. So it's not. I think it was Constitution saves they have to make, and I think that's something that made it so that it was like, oh, well, okay, you don't actually, like, get that to go off most of the time. So I'm not entirely sure. I could be wrong on that. Somebody can correct me, of course. But that's what I remember, at least. Could be useful to get stuck on the beat. All right, yeah. It's nice he said it's okay if you like a monk. I respect him for that. Yeah. I don't think it's necessary, but it's nice to see, I guess. Um, some YouTubers might have said the monk sucks. You guys play something else and so forth. That's true. If it's blatant like that, that's usually where I go, oh, okay. Why? You better have some good arguments. But if somebody says, well, no, it's okay, it's my opinion, and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, well, yeah, true. Okay. You know, again, it's not a bad thing to say, but at the same time, I'm like, it's expected, I guess. I don't know. Also, cool intro.
So I've tried monk fixes before, and frankly, I've never been happy with the results.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few reasons for that, and I'll go over that. But first, let's narrow down the areas of the monk that I think need fixed. First, I find that monks have weaker defense than other martials, and
Defense is lacking somewhat and is unnecessarily restricting. Okay.
in addition, I find the defensive options they do have are very restricting, and they're not even necessarily thematic. Second, I find that having
okay. I guess we'll go for that one first.
I would say not having heavy armor proficiency would be pretty thematic.
Yeah.
have weaker defense.
Okay. Yes. I would say so too, and I guess how it's calculated via wisdom score and dexterity, I believe, for the unarmored defense. And it can get pretty good if you go for it pretty well. And then I guess magic items as well if you have those in your game,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, unarmored defense is 10 plus your dexterity plus your wisdom.
Cool. So yeah, that can get pretty good in the very beginning. I guess if you don't have a way to up it, in the later in later encounters and stuff, yeah, I suppose that's where it kind of falls off a bit. But I feel like that's fine because with their key, they get the ability to just go, "Oh, I'm actually like not able to be hit as well." Because of the fuck. What is it?
Because of high AC from unarmored defense because they can't wear armor.
Well, no, not just that, but the key ability that makes it so that everything does it's disadvantage against hitting them. Which I can't remember what it's called, but there is that you get that like right at the beginning, and it's like one key, so it's like, oh well, ooh, it makes it so that you're incredibly defensive in that way.
Oh, patient defense.
Thank you.
You take the dodge action as a bonus action on your turn.
Yes. So it allows you to just always have that in your pocket to make it so that you're more defensive. Um, Unarmored defense is wisdom, which I never liked, makes sense, just doesn't mesh well sometimes. That's fair. I think it's fine just because it's battle wisdom, quote unquote, like tactical kind of things in that way.
Yeah, I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I don't see it as anything, but it makes sense monks would need more defense. I think of good blocking and movement when I think of monks anyway. Exactly. But that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about restrictions, which, again, I guess is the armor restriction a little bit, which I feel like is something that you need to have in order for it to still remain thematic, because they're literally supposed to be limber enough to, kick and punch and all that kind of stuff easily. And having armor is not going to make that as easy. And obviously, I think you can still wear light armor, so if you don't have
They cannot.
Oh, well, excuse me. Never mind.
Proficiencies, armor, none.
Oh, okay. Never mind. So you would take penalties if you were to try to wear armor, but you still could, I guess, if you really need it. It doesn't account for a shield, though I don't believe they have shield proficiency either. So,
yeah, would it be tools? I believe.
No, tools are specific. It would just be under the weapons and armor, I believe.
Armor, none. Weapons, simple weapons, short swords.
Okay. There might be, it might be something, it might be unstated or something. It might just be technically armor, I guess. It's been a hot minute, so I don't remember. Either way.
I would say that yeah, you can have the shield, but you cannot flurry of blows.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Than other martial
Although
arts.
actually being hit with a shield would fucking suck.
Yeah, true.
If someone just bashes a buckler into your face, that's like kind of their purpose.
Yeah, it's true. What about Dwarf Monk? They could have armor. Well, so it's based off of the class, not the race. So the class doesn't get the proficiency, and I don't believe dwarves in 5 get the proficiency inherently. I don't remember though.
And in addition, I find the defensive options they do have are very restricting, and they're not even necessarily thematic.
And like I don't see why it's that, like I feel like having a monk be restricted in their defensive actions is good because they are that kind of powerful, and like they are kind of a glass cannon if you think about it a lot of the time.
Alejo.
Hello.
By the way, there is dwarven combat training. You have proficiency with the battle axe, hand axe, light hammer, and warhammer.
Mhm.
And then there is tool proficiency. You gain proficiency with the artisan's tools of your choice, smith's tools, brewer's supplies, or mason's tools.
Yeah, so no armor.
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, so I think,
Oh shit! Unless you're a mountain dwarf, you have proficiency with light and medium armor.
oh, there you go. That's how you can get past it if you want. You just won't have unarmored defense, which already like gets superseded by whatever gives you the most AC anyway. That's just how AC works in 5e and in D&D in general, really, most of the time. So, yeah, so you could, if you're one specific dwarf type, you could be a armored monk.
Which is accounts for approximately half of all dwarfs because there is hill dwarfs and
Yes.
mountain dwarfs.
Yeah. But that's if you want to be a dwarf monk anyway. So I don't know. It's up to you.
Well, like the hill dwarf is your wisdom score increases by 1, which would also be good for monk.
Yeah.
And dwarven toughness, your hit point maximum increases by 1 and increases by 1 every time you gain a level.
Oh, that's even better. Wow. There you go. We're putting glass in our cannons now. Yes. But yeah, so I consider them to be, I want them to be easier to potentially hit if they're not paying attention, I guess, because the key point thing makes it so that they have that ability like a lot, right? So I don't know. It's especially with the fact that they get him back on a short rest, you can just get him back pretty easy and continue to be hard to hit. So I don't know. I feel like when it does get hit, it should hurt like a lot. I don't know. Dwarf monk kind of good. Yeah, absolutely.
Second, I find that having everything work off the same resource, like ki, means that you have a bunch of abilities, and the same ones tend to get used over and over, and then other features never get a chance to get used because
I would agree with this.
Because you're trying to game the system instead of roleplay.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely going to happen for some players, because that's what they see. They see the thing that works the best, and they utilize the thing that works the best a lot.
Yeah. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing. I
No.
do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
However, like I recognize that just because I have a monster in my brain that makes me interact with D&D in a certain way does not mean that the system is fundamentally flawed.
Exactly. Same thing with me with monks. Every time I've used monks, I barely go out of my way to use a lot of different things. It depends on the situations if something works better thematically, for sure. But most of the time, it's I step in the wind, I patient defense, I stunning strike, I flurry of blows. Like it's, it's the tried and true shit, right?
you don't have any ki left to use them with. Third,
Oh yeah, and not having enough ki, well then you just spend it differently, I guess. I don't know. Like I sure. Same thing with spells. If I don't use all of my spells as a warlock, then I'll have the spells for later. But if I use all my spells early, I don't have my spells until we take a short rest. Oh no. Like, it's the exact same thing. I don't know what to tell you.
I will say though, that I don't necessarily think that Warlock is the best comparison to Monk, in terms of like how they use their resources, because like Warlock, his resource is spellcasting, and what he does with his spellcasting resource is he spellcasts. Key is the resource of monks, and what monks do with key is everything.
Yeah, that is true. I guess my counter to that a little bit would be Eldritch Blast, where everything kind of makes it better in a lot of invocations.
Yeah, you could see that as a bit of a trade-off.
Yeah.
I have a more difficult time justifying everything in my class hinging off of one resource.
That is fair. I don't think it's like the great
But
comparison, like a 1-to-1, but it is
eh,
close.
and this is why the monk class isn't for me.
There you go.
And that is okay.
Yes, for sure. I don't know. For this, it's the resource management aspect of it seems a little harder to do because everything does rely on it, sure. And like I don't find that to be a problem necessarily, because what's supposed to happen, at least in my mind, is that you're not supposed to only be relying on key. You're supposed to also just be able to fight naturally with enhancements from other abilities and such. And to be fair, I don't believe that happens a lot for the monks when they go into their subclasses.
To be fair.
To be fair. I feel like it's a lot of things that are like, hey, this is key. Utilize the key. Their key is here, please. Keep using the key. Like all of them do that more so than say, oh, actually, because you are so good, your punches do this and all of this more often than not, right? Like I don't know. They're consistent in damage from regular combat, and I think their damage die goes up to like a D10 or D12, I want to say, for their punches. Probably not a D12.
Yeah, give me a second. A T12 seems a bit
Yeah,
extreme.
I think D10 is probably the highest that I would go just off the top of my head, really. But
I would say even a D8 for a punch that you can flurry of blows is pretty tuned.
yeah, so yeah, that's true. But I think
Shit, no, it's 1D10.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, because you start off with a D6, right?
Yeah, at level 20, they have a 1d10 for their punches,
Yeah.
and they have 20 key points.
Yeah.
Their unarmored movement is plus 30 feet.
Yes. Yeah. So like they're supposed to be pretty consistent with that kind of damage, off the bat, but with the that's I don't know. Key is the most important thing for them, and getting that key back is incredibly important. So you need a lot of short rests. If you're spending it all in one place, I believe. So
I will also say, Alejo, I pushed back on your point earlier, and I said that the spellcasting resource for warlocks is they spellcast.
Yeah.
However, at 20th level, warlocks don't have 20 spell slots.
It's also true.
So given how much more of that resource they get, I'm a little more okay with them spending that same resource on everything.
Yeah, they get one per level, and it makes sense enough so that they can continue. And some things cost like 2 to 3, and some things cost 1. The old reliables cost 1, and so you can just continue to do those, obviously. But and then get like 6 attacks when you're 20th level and all that kind of shit. If you're flurry of blowsing and all that shit. So like, yeah, I don't know. Warlocks are the like closest that you can compare to, I guess. not exactly perfect, but definitely close. So would Goku be a monk in D&D? I don't know. Probably go see Tulok's channel. He probably did a video on that, and
Yeah.
right, like I don't
Yeah,
fucking know. I don't care. Not for no. I'm not trying to dismiss your question or anything. I'm not the one to ask for that. I don't care.
Find, I'm just going to call out specifically the stillness of mind feature is worded in such a way that it doesn't work the way you think it will.
Aiden, what is stillness of the mind?
1 second. Hold on.
Thank you. You multi-class with barbarian. There you go, August. You can be the stand-in for the Tulok stuff. But you're probably right, actually. Rage, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Fuck, I don't know why this is so difficult. Hold on.
You're good. Monks are just the right kind of power. Yeah, that's the thing. I agree with you, Full Metal Dragon. I think monks are just fine. Like, I don't see, like, and we were talking about this before, and it's just like that thing where, I guess popular consensus is like, monk sucks. And it's like, I don't know, okay. I don't know. I don't think so. But sure. I'm not gonna, yeah. The popular consensus of D&D is that it's slow and boring and that we need to make it really fast, okay? So, I don't know.
I was looking for the super high level stuff. You get stillness of mind at 7th level.
Okay.
You can use your action to end one effect on yourself that is causing you to be charmed or frightened.
So it doesn't work properly. Well, I hope he goes into depth of that because I don't understand what is difficult about that.
What is the context under which stillness of mind was mentioned?
He's just
I
saying
wasn't
this.
thinking.
Literally, it's this. His third point is that it doesn't work like you think it will, and I hope he goes into that further because I don't know.
Let's play the video and find out.
Fourth, they have some features that...
And to be fair, he's going to go into them later, I assume, because we still have 30 minutes of this fucking video. So, like, he's just kind of going over the main points, at least at the moment, and we're giving our initial thoughts. So I guess let's go to 4.
really don't do anything in gameplay. Now, the monk's not alone in this.
Sorry? Oh, I thought you were going to put it on the screen, but okay, well, hold on.
Third, I find, I'm just going to call out specifically the stillness of mind feature is worded in such a way that it doesn't work the way you think it will. Fourth, they have some features that really don't do anything in gameplay. Now, the monk's not alone in this. There's other classes too that get features that, you know, I guess we would call them ribbon features that are really just window dressing. But you know what? If you're playing a caster and then you get one of these features, well, you know what? You're still getting new spell options when you level up.
Sure.
But when you're a non-caster, like a monk, if you get a feature that's just window dressing, that's disappointing. Because
Agreed. We talked about the aging thing.
Yeah, fully agree.
Yeah, that's a thing.
You essentially get nothing. Fifth, speaking of disappointing, let's talk about the capstone. I mean, I usually don't get anywhere near 20th level, so maybe it shouldn't matter if a capstone is a letdown.
No.
But you know what? Even if I never get that far, a good capstone still at least makes it feel like you're striving for this cool ultimate feature.
I agree. This is a problem with multiple classes.
Yeah, that is, I think, a lot of it for me is people are like, oh, Rangers dog shit, monks dog shit, and I'm like, bro, a lot of classes are actually dog shit. It's why 5e sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
It's why you should switch to a better system.
And I kind of think that adds some excitement. 6th, 11th level is tough for monks. One scaling of a martial arts die, and that's it.
Okay.
And to a lesser extent, but still a thing, level 17, we see monks do poorly against other martials again. So...
Okay, so I will concede that 11th, like 9th and 11th levels are like really important levels in D&D because they're classes that a lot of or they're levels that a lot of other classes get their pops.
Yeah.
So yeah, 11th feeling rough for monk would be a definite downside. However, a lot of classes, marshals in
Yeah.
particular, have certain levels that just feel kind of bad.
Yeah.
It's which just comes down to the whole caster marshal dynamic. But like that's we're not having that conversation
Exactly.
tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um.
4E is better. I
Um.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I 11th level sucking for you is just kind of something you resign yourself to when you pick the class. When I played paladin, I was like, all right, yeah, level 6 is going to be like kind of rough for me.
Yeah. There are certain levels like what was it? Cleric gets what is it? Is it like 6th or is it like I can't remember. One of the levels makes you go, nah. But I think most every class has that, if not every class has that. Depending on the subclasses as well, right?
Now, it could absolutely be argued that if every class has a sucky level, then that is balanced. However,
Potentially, I guess.
I would push back on it and say that if I am playing a game where the ostensible purpose is to be entertained and to have fun,
Yeah.
that putting in levels that you know just kind of suck
Yeah.
makes your product inferior.
Yes, exactly.
And that this is a WotC problem.
Yes, exactly,
They,
exactly.
they designed their TTRPG poorly, one might even think.
um
Oh shit,
August
is that the Pinkertons?
August says, I don't understand how the non-mechanical benefits are a bad thing. They're good flavor and can set them apart from their classes as long as they're not the same. So it's not that the non-mechanical things are bad. It's that they like I usually would expect them to have both a non-mechanical and a mechanical benefit in a way that actually makes it so that it enhances the actual class, right? Whereas with the timeless body, as we've gone for it in 15th level, just flavor, and it's cool and all, and it's good for that specific vision that we were talking about of the old man who is actually like an incredible monk still, even though he's like walking around with a cane just to fool you, right, that he can't do shit. That's great as the visual, and it gives you that kind of sense. But with 5e, it doesn't work in the sense of like, oh, um, you you don't really see the aging tables anymore, so oh, it's at 15th level. That's a level that barely anybody gets to according to data from Wizards of the Coast and D&D Beyond and all that, but also from popular consensus. You barely get to that level. And I don't know, yeah, not having to eat food and stuff like we were saying, that's okay. That's all right, you know?
Yeah, so like my problem is with what was it called? Timeless Body.
Yeah.
No, Perfect Self.
Oh.
Um no, the one that like you don't have to eat.
Okay.
Um my problem with that is like I have a really hard time um shit talking side grades. I
Mhm.
think that side grades are the way to go,
Yeah.
especially in RPGs like this.
Yeah, for sure.
I love them precisely because it's not meant to be like, oh, this character is like objectively better than they were
Yes.
before.
Yeah.
It allows you to be free of the need as a game designer to make the character like chase the meta
Mm-hmm.
as like they level up and like focus a bit more on flavor.
Mm-hmm.
So I really like side grades, and I think that Timeless Body is an example of a side grade. The fact that it feels really unfortunate compared to like other levels is just because like so many other levels are like meant to be objectively better.
Mm-hmm.
Um, So I would actually push back on like them treating timeless body as a problem by I would give each class like 3 or 4 timeless bodies.
Yeah.
And like I do know what I did just say of like a level that like ostensibly you're supposed to be entertained, and a product where you don't entertained it, or sorry, where you don't feel entertained, like is worse. Um, However, I like side grades, so they would be entertaining for me.
Yeah, I think
Me.
I think the easy point to is what feats used to be, the feat tree, and what Pathfinder has done with feats, right? Where you're building towards something always, even if it is a side grade, it's always building towards something, right? It can be then built upon to become something else. And yeah, sure, you won't be great maybe at this level, but next level, ooh, or the level after that, woo, right? Like I think the easiest way to do it is what Pathfinder has taken from what it used to be and what 4E is and all this kind of stuff, right? Like it's super satisfying regardless, because you're still getting that upgrade, but you can see the goal ahead, right? You can see where you're going to. If you're looking for it to be more of a if it's more entertaining for you that way, I guess. Um, yeah. 5e has a lot of bad capstones. That's just bad game design on the creator's part. True. Every class has that, even with subclasses. 5e classes are so heavily front-loaded, you really don't care for sticking with their class and prefer multi-classing. Yep, that's true. What level do monks get the ability to suplex a train? I wish. Um, Earlier editions in D&D had spells and powers that caused aging, which they may have forgotten to include in 5e. Timeless Body makes more sense in that setting. Yes, hello, Dave. We were talking about that a little bit.
Yeah, that's my theory as to what happened. No one told the team that included Timeless Body that aging was no longer in 5e.
Yeah.
You know, we often see monks at low levels and they seem to be operating fine. But it's when we get into those double digit levels, things go wrong. And once we
True.
get into that, high levels, very wrong. And finally,
Long drive today, could use some Timeless Body tonight. Hell yeah, there you go.
seventh, they have this martial arts die. That's kind of this defining feature of the class. And the feature includes that they can use this die instead of the normal damage die of a weapon they're using, except the martial arts die is almost never better than the weapon's damage die, so what's the point? I mean, even at high
I mean, I could immediately go, oh, they picked up a chair. Oh, they picked up a sword and they like used it, like, oh, you can substitute out for your regular damage die. I don't know.
Yeah. Improvised weapons.
Yeah. So like it gives you that flavor still of literally the Jackie Chan movies where he picks up a bar stool and he's like defending himself with it and then throws it at a guy and it knocks him out. It's like, it's great.
What one might even call that flavor.
Yeah.
Uh, Actually, mechanically focused flavor, I should say.
Yes, exactly. I don't think they forgot. I think they didn't think it mattered. Oh, for the aging thing? Yeah. Well, either way, it's still an oversight. Um, I think he's complaining about it from the standpoint on how low the die is. Yeah, well, I don't know, man. If the problem for him for this argument is they aren't proficient in any weapons anyway, so if they pick up a weapon, they don't get to use it correctly. I don't know, man. I Whatever. It's still an improvised weapon at that point, I would think, right? Like anything that you're not proficient in. I don't know.
levels, we're never getting above a d10, and your weapon might even be doing a d10 damage normally. But then things get weird because when that die does catch up, suddenly things like using your quarterstaff in 2 hands becomes pointless. There's literally no advantage to the versatile property.
Literally
Thematically, I
none.
think using quarterstaff, spears, or swords, both 1 and 2-handed, make sense for monks thematically.
Now, I wouldn't advocate for the martial arts die to get bigger. 10 is already big. We're good. I don't know, man. Like,
Yeah, 10 is already bigger than like all but one of the weapon types.
exactly.
Because like there's no D20.
Yes.
So like at a D10, right? That is the equivalent of like dual handsing a long sword.
Yes.
If you can do that with a punch or a chair or I don't know, a pencil,
Yeah.
right? I think that how would I put this? Just because some benefits are really strong early on and get weaker as they level does not mean that them adding the benefit did not make them incredibly strong to begin with. So like let me think of how I want to put this.
Mhm. Yes, August. The highest weapon die is 2d6 technically, so a d10 is absolutely nothing to sneeze at for sure.
Yeah, I don't even know why I'm like so focused on trying to like word this right. I believe it should be pretty apparent to anyone how like a D10 is not too small.
No, exactly. It just doesn't make sense to me, I guess, when somebody goes, "Oh, it doesn't always make sense when it's substituted for other things, because why would you do that?" And I'm over here like, "Well, you can't use anything else. So everything's an improvised weapon to you as a monk." And guess what? When you take the improvised weapon feat, if that's in your game, the one that makes it so you're proficient in improvised weapons, it makes it actually way better in the sense of like, oh, now I can, I think, add my proficiency to getting able to hit with it. Whoa, you know, like I don't know. It just doesn't seem like he's thinking about it much.
You know, I never really thought about the fact that a high level monk is better with a dagger than a rogue.
Oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that because sneak attack.
Yeah. Yeah, a monk would be better than a spotted rogue, which
Yes.
does feel fair.
Yes, exactly.
But there should be some kind of reward for using two hands, even if it's a small advantage. So that's the list of things I think need fixed.
Yeah, so here the reward for using two hands is being able to punch multiple times. That's your reward. Like if I'm improvising a weapon because I have to, great, I'm getting to do a D10. If I'm improvising with my fists more so because it's better, then woohoo, I'm doing it. Like I don't know.
Also, like, as someone who is clearing an old school style dungeon in his D&D game right now,
Yeah.
let me tell you, dropping my weapon has been absolutely crucial to me as a rogue with both a rapier and a bow.
Hell yeah.
But let me tell you, picking my rapier back up, I fucking hate it.
Yep.
You know what you get to dodge as a monk? Everything, but also this.
Yup. Exactly.
Can they all be fixed? Now, there's a lot of different ways we can fix these things, but the thing is, we got to make sure that the cure isn't worse than the disease.
True.
Once we get into homebrew, I've seen this a lot. Sometimes you don't really consider the impact these changes will have on your game, especially if they're hard to remember, or overly complex, or involve tracking a whole bunch of new things. Now, one solution I have seen mentioned as a possibility is that maybe monks should get more ki. In fact, I've even heard maybe monks should get an infinite amount of ki.
Whoa! No!
Shit, Jesus, infinite?
No!
Oh.
No!
Like, I can only describe how that sentence felt as if someone poured a bucket of ice water like on my brain itself.
Exactly. Oh.
Yeah, let's also give paladins unlimited smites.
Yeah. Exactly. I was just like, no.
You know what? Why does second wind have to stop at second? Why can't it be like fifth or sixth wind?
Yeah, why can't I just keep breathing forever? All right, like there's a lot of air out there. I can get it all in me.
Of their features should cost key, essentially. And I think that neither of these solutions work. Now, if it's just talking more key, well, then we still have the problem that some of the features of the monk are better than others, but they cost the same amount of key.
That's just gonna be a thing, man. They're situational. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's fine. All right. Like, just do whatever you want with it.
Hold on. I need to make this point
Yeah,
again.
yeah, please. Yeah, let's go ahead and give
should get an
Palpatine
infinite amount of key, or involve tracking a whole bunch of new things. Now, one solution I have seen mentioned as a possibility is that maybe monks should get more key. In fact, I've even heard
Disgusting.
maybe monks should get an infinite amount of key, or none of their features should cost key, essentially. And I think that neither of these solutions work. Now, if it's just talking more key, well, then we still have the problem that some of the features of the monk are better than others, but they cost the same amount of key. So, am I
Yeah, that welcome to resource management in a class, dude.
Yep, exactly.
That's kind of, you're going to find that in absolutely every class, in absolutely every system. You will always find your resource to have a certain value tied to it, and you will try to mathematically tie that to a certain amount of damage in combat. I know you will do that because I heard you talking about how you do that earlier in the video.
Hey RDX, what's up? Good to see you. The sorcerer. I'd like unlimited spell slots, please. The DM. No. The warlock. I've got an offer for you. Grins villainously. Exactly. Yes, I should just it's just all the power that doesn't break anything. Totally doesn't break anything. True. Yeah, no, I don't know. This is very strange, but sure.
Is that Mab I hear?
Yes, that is Mab you hear.
ever going to be using Step of the Wind when I could be using Stunning Strike? Probably not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you chose the two things that I would use in different situations all the time. What are you talking about? Huh? I want to get the fuck out of there. Step of the Wind. I want to stun the thing. Stunning Strike. What are you talking about, dude? Step of the Wind has its uses, and you see it used a lot to get closer to things, to get out of the way of things. Like, what are you... Huh?
Like, Step of the Wind, like, yeah. Well, I won't say it's functionally no different than, like, Misty Step.
Right.
Because, like,
it's
obviously
incredibly
there's
Misty
like,
Step. Oh my goodness.
yeah, like Misty Step is fantastic because like you can climb like 30 feet vertically and like gain vantage. So like I'm not going to try to claim that it's equivalent to other classes because I understand that that seems to be a problem for Treant Monk Temple. But even though there are some things that are worse about like Step of the Wind, doesn't mean that Step of the Wind isn't incredibly great. Like, one of my favorite things about rogues is how fast they are. Being fast is good. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Like, my easiest argument that I can make is that Stunning Strike requires them to succeed on a Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of the next turn. I'm looking at it right now. That's at 5th level, okay? When you're fighting things that are going to be doing a Constitution saving throw, that is the most commonly, like, passed saving throw, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong on that, but from my experience and from like the experience that I see a lot of the time, Constitution saving throws are easy to get past because a lot of the time things are designed so that they can be fine with Constitution because that's like one of their best stats most of the time. And Step of the Wind is you get to disengage or dash. Which means I can just get out of the way of things without provoking an attack of opportunity, thus making it so that they have to then reposition and try to get to me or get out of the way of somebody else. And then dashing is another repositioning thing. Like, I don't know, man. I can see so much use out of Step of the Wind, whereas Stunning Strike is good, but it's not better. What are we doing here?
For what it's worth, just because Treant Monk was talking about like class versus class.
Sure.
The fact that Rogue has their cunning action that they can just like move without consuming a resource is, I think, a little fucked. But that's, I think, just because Rogue is overtuned.
Yeah. Yeah, being human means you're limited. You don't want to reject your humanity, do you? True. Except you could be a non-human. So, Boomer August here saying these youngins don't appreciate being human and the value of the struggle. That's why they like their isekai and want to be influencers with their TikToks and Twitches. Fair.
The struggle gives everything else meaning.
Indeed.
So why would I give up uses of Stunning Strike to do Step of the Wind? And it doesn't matter whether I've got 5 key available or 8 key available. I'm still going to be spending
I don't
that
know,
key.
probably because you're squishy and don't want to get hit by the dragon.
Exactly.
You probably can't punch the dragon to death before its next turn, but you can move out of the way of its breath weapon.
Yeah, or be harder to hit, I guess. I don't know. Like, Okay.
For someone complaining about how squishy monks are, like, wait, no, he did do that, right?
He said that their defense is limited, and restricted.
Yeah. So, like, if I'm being, how to put this? If I'm going to die if I get hit once, then don't you think it's pretty imperative that I make sure to dodge?
Yup. Exactly.
On the better feature. Now, when it comes to infinite key, then I think we get it completely backwards, because a monk actually doesn't struggle that much at low levels. It's as we get into higher levels.
You could have just left it as, we don't need to do this. It doesn't help the problem. You don't need to go into this.
Doesn't struggle that much is certainly a way of putting it.
Level 5, things start to go wrong. Level 11, they really go wrong. And then level 17, they're just awful compared to other classes.
Okay.
So it's the higher level we go, the bigger the challenge is with the monk. But if we're giving infinite key, we're actually benefiting the low levels, not the high levels. So we're applying this solution to the wrong part of our progression. Never mind, I think it's overtuning. But even if it wasn't, it just fixes the wrong part. It is totally misdirected. So here's the pitfalls I've identified that I'm going to be conscious of with these suggestions.
Okay.
Number 1, although having everything work off key has problems, it is easy for a player to keep track of. Having a whole bunch of different resources to track is going to create a bookkeeping hassle for players, and we need to keep ease of play in mind.
I agree. What are we doing? Oh, pitfalls of fixes. I understand now. Okay. Yes. Understood.
Yeah.
We don't want to give something else. That's fine.
I don't know how I feel about this, because on one hand, I think that 5e is already simple enough.
Yep.
And I really think that we can trust a person with 2 things to keep track of.
Dude.
I believe they're capable.
Whoa.
Yeah. You know, maybe that's just me being hopeful, but I think they'll be able to pull it off.
If I learned anything from watching all of these D&D videos, it's that we need it to be like 2 actions, A and B, all right? And that every battle needs to end in like 5 minutes or less, okay? So I think you're insane.
Yeah, so like I do think that them leaning into making 5e even more simple, or like keeping 5e like as absolutely brain dead simple as
Yeah.
it is, um, seems a little silly to me.
Mm-hmm.
However, I will never detract from like if you pick a certain set of strengths for your system,
Mm-hmm.
you should always lean into those strengths at every point like in your game design.
Yeah.
Otherwise you'll just have a muddled mess.
Exactly.
So like, yeah, sure, lean into simplicity. I don't think it's necessary, but it is technically the correct decision by game design metrics.
Yeah. Yeah. And yet, when they quote unquote upgraded, they made it so that it was more complex. And then nobody liked that, so I don't know. What do I know? You know.
I don't know enough about people's reception to Monk in
I don't know about monks
5.5.
specifically. I'm just talking about the system in general. People just aren't as open to it as far as I'm aware, and the game seems to not be getting as many players now. So in the new system setting, I guess.
Mm. I think it feels to me that maybe just the relative lull in excitement over 5.5, I think it just comes as a result of the fact that it released in a really unfortunate time to do well as a business.
Potentially.
Like the entire world is on fire.
Yeah. Well, you know. Two things? Gosh, Aiden, that's insane. In all seriousness, props to Pathfinder 2e for trusting the player to keep track of their multiple stances. Yup. If you just go and look at Pathfinder, you can find all of the fixes to all of the problems. It's just the truth. I'm sorry.
Number 2, I don't want to completely redesign the monk. Ideally, I want something that isn't going to constantly need players visiting the house rules to figure out how their character works. I want simple fixes. In the end, I want the monk's features to look not too much different than they do now.
Okay.
The idea isn't to make a new class, but instead make this class work better. And finally,
Mm-hmm.
number 3, I don't want to overtune this. The idea isn't to make monks the most powerful class in the game,
Okay.
or even above
So 2 and 3 just didn't need to be stated. I don't know. Sure. Okay.
average. They don't need to be above average. I just want to bring them up into the realm where the other classes are, even if it's the lower end. So if I make a mistake here, I would rather that mistake be I was too cautious. Rather
Oh god, you're gonna make them as good as Rangers? Oh god. What are you doing?
Yeah, I was literally thinking the same thing.
than too liberal with these changes. I mean, imagine for a moment that we take these fixes and then we apply them to a game. Now we've got this campaign going, and suddenly a player is playing a monk. If we find that this didn't quite do enough, no player's going to mind you saying, you know what, maybe you should do another point of damage with your hits, or maybe you should have a little bit extra of.
Oh, don't worry. He's getting to his specific fixes. This is just him laying out his thought process on how he's going to fix things and what he's not going to try, or what he is going to try to avoid.
I need to hear him say this point again.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
These changes. I mean, imagine for a moment that we take these fixes and then we apply them to a game. Now we've got this campaign going, and suddenly a player is playing a monk. If we find that this didn't quite do enough, no player's going to mind you saying, you know what, maybe you should do another point of damage with your hits, or
I would have issue with it.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, you're talking to like, unfortunately for us, we're not the right audience for your fix there, because I would rather continue to struggle, I guess. I don't know, and figure out a way to get past the shortcoming.
Like, I understand that me saying like, "Oh, I would have issue with it," is like very convenient. It's a very like convenient opportunity for me to be contentious.
Sure.
But like legitimately, I err on the side of undertuning myself with my character always, because I have found over my decade of playing D&D that the campaigns where I have had the shittest character are oftentimes like some of the most fun.
Yeah.
Um, the the joy of the character isn't in them being overtuned stats wise, it's in figuring out how you can make your shit work.
Exactly. I've got it. Let's give them an animal companion. That fixes everything. Exactly. No, the answer is give them spell casting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we should give them both. It'll make the monk better. We know it. Let's give them banding and a Magic the Gathering mechanic that no one ever plays incorrectly. Yeah, there you go. Fighting games taught me that some characters are not S tier in the meta, and that's okay. That doesn't mean they are bad. Yes, also true. Somebody could be really good with a quote unquote shit character and sweep, dude. It's awesome.
I listened to a podcast where the host is an FGC announcer, and I've like heard him talking about like 10-0 matchups being turned on their head for like a sweep, and how like everyone was like popping off.
Yeah.
Um yeah, some characters can be weak, but like you can have some weird freak picks who like people come out of the woodwork with their monk, and you'll be like, "What are you doing with that shit?" And they'll be like, "Nah, hold on, I got you. Wait, watch this."
Or maybe you should have a little bit extra of this resource or that resource. But if you have it so that this monk player is overshadowing other players, that's a bigger problem because no player wants to hear, okay, you've got too much, I'm taking stuff away from you.
God, I wish somebody would say that to me sometimes. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? No.
Dude, here I was sitting here the entirety of Boo's campaign. Waiting.
Wait.
Silently daring Boo.
uh Also, isn't the purpose of magic items to also beef up and support characters, particularly if they're specific abilities? Does this guy consider this and other homebrew bonuses? I don't know. But I should fucking 5e doesn't consider fucking magic items. So like, how are other people supposed to?
One final thing before we get started on the changes. The monk-based class has some issues that I'm going to suggest some fixes for. But that's not a complete fix because there are issues with monk subclasses too.
Okay.
The Mercy subclass has some amazing features. The Sun Soul Monk doesn't. So,
That's the one. Sun Soul. That's the one I'm thinking of. You get a Kamehameha.
Sun Soul's the one. Yeah, Sun Soul's the one everyone knows.
Yeah. Okay.
Granted, I thought it was everyone knew it because of good reasons.
I think it was. It's literally the one that everybody doesn't like. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's the case, but I'm not entirely sure. That's how I remember it, at least. I don't know.
I am not a monk player, so
Yeah, that's fair. Does this guy understand the monk? I don't know. That's a great question. This would be a good section for the DMG. Yeah, the magic item section. Yeah, the like 3 pages that's in there. Yeah. This is not the fixing part? No. This whole thing has been set up. We're setting up to the point where we're going to now talk about the fixes. That's what I've been saying. We're getting to the point where we can actually respond to individual fixes. I'm just, the premise so far, I'm like, you've got like 2 points that I agree with. Okay. Magic items are a weak point of the monk, less opportunity for magic weapons and armor.
Like, to this person's credit, I haven't disagreed with them. How to put this? When I have disagreed with them, it's just been like minor contentions.
Oh, sure.
And like Treant, what was it? Treant Monk's Temple was also
Sorry about that.
You're good.
Treant Monk's Temple was also kind of opposed to the idea of infinite key points. So
I think
like,
most people would be. So it's
you don't know that, Alejo.
I guess.
So if we make a decent monk base class, this doesn't change the fact that we probably need to visit some of the subclasses that don't work well.
That's usually how that works.
So I will be addressing that too,
Right.
but not in this video.
Okay.
I'll be posting another video where I discuss monk subclass fixes, but for now, let's get the base class working decently. So first I'll go through the changes I'm recommending, and then let's see how they address the goals I identified. Let's start at level 1 with martial arts. Here I am recommending 2 changes. The first is the martial arts die. So the martial arts die normally starts at a D4, becomes a D6 at level 5, D8 at level 11, and a D10 at level 17.
What do you think he's gonna do? What do you think he's gonna change it to?
It's going to start at a D8
Oh,
and go up to a D12.
oh! I was gonna just say the one up of like a D6 and then go to a D12, but oh, if it starts at a D8, Jesus Christ!
Nah, so like my guess is that he will want early like super low level monks to even like unarmed be just as viable as an armed fighter with like a sword and shield.
Okay.
So it seems to me fair to give it a D8. And I also think that at 20th, or I would hope that at later levels he would then make it more akin to a barbarian swinging a great sword, so a D12. However,
2D6.
I do realize that, or sorry, yeah, 2D6. Yeah, actually, he could do that to multiple dice. Oh fuck! I never really considered that. I just assumed that the martial die would be one die.
Yeah. I mean, I think it will still be the one die. The early 1D8, I don't know. I can see him go more than 1D6 because you still get your bonus action to just do another attack if you don't do anything else, and the key points and everything still would, be a thing that happens with flurry of blows and all that. So you'd be doing a D8 and a D8 and a D8 and a D8 basically. Well, sorry, a D8 and a D8 and a D8 until you get an extra attack.
Don't you mean D6s?
No, they start with D4s.
Oh, sorry, no. I thought you were talking about D6s for their martial damage die.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is if he does up it from a D4 to a D6 for the martial damage die, then it would at least make more sense to me than him going to a D8 because of the fact that Flurry of Blows exists and the fact that even if you don't utilize Flurry of Blows, you get your one attack and then a bonus.
We'll see.
Yeah. This is Treant Monk. No wonder it's so dry and aim for optimization. Oh, is this well known as being an optimizer guy? Okay. All right. I don't know. This has been in my watch later thing for the channel since I want to say like a year into the show. I want to say, so I don't know.
With the changes I'm recommending we start at a D6, then it will become a D8 at level 5, and then, and this isn't going to sound all that intuitive, but 2D6 at level 11 and 3D6 at level 17.
So we are entering new damage territory.
Okay. I guess you gotta justify yourself, man.
Yeah, okay, so let's just really quick do damage calculation, actually.
Yeah.
Flurry of Blows. What's the maximum amount of attacks that a monk gets at level 20? Is it 3 or 4?
I think so. We've got extra attack at 5th. We've got
It's 2 actions and a bonus action, right?
yeah.
if they were to spend
Technically.
everything on Flurry of Blowsing, what would be?
I think it's 4 attacks.
Okay, 4 attacks at 3d6. That's 12d6 at 17th level. Let me check out a rogue sneak attack damage.
I think they get like 8. Bros a bunch of D&D and Pathfinder articles on complete optimization and overtuning characters to the point of being busted.
At 17th level, they have 9d6 bonus.
9. Fuck, I was off by 1. Okay. Yeah.
So I understand that a rogue can like disengage and hide, hopefully.
Yeah.
And like in scenarios where they can't, just I don't know, skill issue, don't play a fucking rogue. So like 96 versus 12 does seem a little overtuned.
But the point of his fixes is to not overtune them. Don't you remember the points that he actually specifically had to state for some reason? But now that he's done it, we can call back to them. That's not overtuning. He said so.
Yeah. Yeah, no, 3d6 is a bridge too far, dude.
I agree.
2d6 would be like pretty busted, but like I would have to, admittedly, it would bring the amount of d6s that you deal back down to 9.
Yes. So you could be, I guess.
So maybe it could work. I don't know. I'd have to have it play tested.
Yeah, once you hit 17th level, it would be basically you just are a rogue, but without the need to hide and able to do it at any time as long as you have key. So I feel like it's more busted.
Would you get back on a short rest?
Yes, exactly. So I feel
yeah,
like
you can just turn your brain off and spend resources instead of with a rogue where you have to actually play the class.
Yes, exactly. So but yeah, let's make them roll D100 out of 10 plus 1. Make the kids do math. Exactly. Yeah. We're simplifying everything by making it so they have to roll more dice. That's okay. It's whatever.
And we're going to add one sentence to the end of this point right here. And that sentence is going to read, when using the martial arts die for a weapon with a versatile property used in 2 hands, add +1 to the damage total.
Okay, that's at least... okay, but why? They're not proficient. They're not proficient in weapons, so... Except for 2. And yeah, sure, that'll help with the bow staff, I guess. But
a monk can baseball swing his bow staff really hard.
Yeah, except
harder, in fact, than a barbarian can swing his great axe because he gets a +1 damage total.
Yeah, exactly. But also, why would I ever use this when you've made it so that being unarmed is objectively better? I don't know, man. I can flurry of blows unarmed.
Dude, it just really comes down to you need to make a difficult choice for yourself of do you want your next round to have 1 bonus damage or 3d6 bonus damage?
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. And like I get
you need to buckle down and look inside yourself.
And like I get that's the same case for using it other weapons now, like without this being changed, you know, but at the same time, I don't know, it's the same kind of thing of like if you have a problem with it before, you haven't done anything to fix this. Like nothing has changed with both of these things. I don't, except for the fact that now I don't want to play with monks, I guess. I don't know. If I see a squad of 4 monks, I'm like, all right, well, I'm done, I guess. I don't know. You guys get to stay under, like,
sorry,
9th
guys,
level.
Sorry, guys, a time conflict came up. It turns out I won't be able to join this campaign after all.
Aiden has given me my next monk character, baseball player Bryce Harper, hair and all. We're gonna be swinging dingers at every
Hell
orc and
yeah.
goblin head.
Hell yeah.
I was about to say, so buff the staff, but isn't the Kensai a thing, monk that uses a sword? Yes, Kensai is a thing, and it does do that. And yep, don't worry about it, I guess. I don't know. Now that one sword that they've got can do 3d6 damage. So don't worry about it. It's cool. Yeah, square root of pi times d100 divided by 10 plus 1. Exactly. That's the way.
Okay, so why switch the martial arts die this way? Well, this keeps the martial arts die scaling at the same points. So
Sure.
it's not hard to remember when your martial arts die is going to scale.
What?
Now, it has a big scale.
How is it hard to remember now? What? Is it hard for you to look at the table? Okay.
You know, and also it could be argued that you don't really. Hold on, no, I need to hear this again.
Yeah.
The versatile property used in two hands add +1 to the damage total. Okay, so why switch the martial arts die this way? Well, this keeps the martial arts die scaling at the same points. So it's not hard to remember when your martial arts die is going to scale. Now, it has a big scale at level 11.
Okay, so he's talking about remembering when it scales relative to other classes scaling.
Oh. Why do I need to do that?
Fuck if I know. I'm not playing the other class, I'm playing the monk.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand. I have no idea. Is it because I need to be doing more damage than the other classes? Is that why I need to know?
Like, don't get me wrong, I understand the appeal of being able to have your entire table looking forward to like 3rd, 5th, 7th,
Sure.
9th, 11th, 17th, 19th. Like whatever. But like you don't have to have every class be a monotype.
Exactly. And
like in fact, actually, I think the fact that all of the classes level up at 3rd, 5th, 17th, whatever,
yeah.
Is actually one of the weaknesses of 5e.
Yeah, I feel
like,
like half
I feel that combat potential for an entire party should stagger because
Yes.
your party is full of individuals who should all feel special,
Yes.
like in their own unique way.
Exactly.
And you know what? Sometimes that's your monk at 8th level when no one else got everything and he got his pop off.
Yes, exactly what I was gonna say. Having it so that it staggers out and makes it so that certain characters like get their thing at that point to become the useful one, more useful one at that point, and making them so that they get a little bit better, and then having everybody kind of reach that level gradually, and just I don't know, you have all of these different skill sets that you're supposed to be using in tandem, so it's like, oh well, I'm not so good right now, but you got better, so now I can rely on you a little bit more. Oh, now you didn't get so good, now I got a little better, so you can rely on me a little bit more in the situations to come. Like I don't know, it just feels like it would make it so that it's more of a team kind of dynamic, kind of some sort of cooperative game of some sort.
I also I have a point that'll lead into that.
Absolutely.
But I understand the appeal of wanting to make your like all of your classes a monotype so that it makes balancing the game as a game designer easier.
Yeah.
But then that's when you then like as part of the late stage of your game design then do away with those levels and then experiment around with, hey, can we swap up what levels people get better?
Yeah.
The reason for doing this is by having dispersity in all of your classes, like in the system by leveling up at like different points, you would even out the difficulty curve of the game and you would actually make balancing easier if you had a party composed of entirely one of every class.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this, of course, is a bit of an unreal ask for your standard table.
Sure.
However, you would still have the effect of, by and large, the how to put this? Um, the game gets progressively and gradually and steadily more difficult across classes, even if their like specific level up points no longer coincide with each other.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have some situations where like say for instance a displacer beast, whatever,
Yeah.
like pick a monster.
Yeah.
Maybe your fighter at 6th level is not too great at dealing with displacer beasts, but your wizard at 6th level trivializes them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe your barbarian at 8th level absolutely kills a lich by like slamming him down into the ground
Yeah.
and immobilizing him.
Exactly.
Like
It's just, and at that point, it's the DM who makes the challenge based off of that. They know what they're good at, and so it's like, okay, well, all of these things are now in front of you, and each of you has something that you're good at, and you can do your special thing to help the other people with the whole fight, you know?
Yeah, and that's where I was leading back into of like certain classes will be a lot better at certain levels, which seems counterintuitive, but it will promote teamwork.
Exactly. You're supposed to cover each other's shortcomings when you're in a team. Like that's the point.
Although I actually, now that I've made that point, it could be argued that 5e is specifically trying to move away from teamwork because everyone's a superhero. So maybe actually this is
I wouldn't say superhero, but I would say I understand your point. Go on.
Yeah. So like maybe this is just a case of me being maladjusted.
I get,
and
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, so
I
it's
want a crunchy teamwork focused game
yeah,
when I'm playing a TTRPG.
exactly. Especially one
If
that
I'm
is involving other people.
if I'm taking time out of my week to sit down at a table with other people, I want to be able to rely on those people.
Exactly.
But hey, you know what? Maybe I'm just the freak.
Well, so what you aren't, because they literally tried to do that with the update. They literally tried to do that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It's one of those things, right? Um even when not optimizing for Pathfinder, Treant Monk is still optimizing for Pathfinder in D&D 5e. Okay, if he's making these articles and stuff that are overtuning and all this kind of stuff, then I guess I now understand what's going on, which is unfortunate because now it's just going to be, now I understand every one of these things is going to make the monk incredible. And I'm going to be like, "Oh, okay. Why? Okay, we didn't need that, but sure." Because again, I think the monk's fine. I don't see any problems with it. So,
and a D10 would have sounded more obvious. Like if we gone D6, D8, D10.
yeah, we wouldn't want to be obvious. We wouldn't want to do the thing that sounds obvious, though. It's fine.
But I punched up the math, and the monk still falls behind with a 1 die type higher once you get to 11. But if you go to 2d6, then it holds up.
Sure.
And I mean it just holds up.
And in fact, even excels.
Yeah.
Same thing at 17. Going from 2d6 to 2d8 might have sounded like more obvious, but it doesn't quite hold up. I did the math. But 3d6...
So, I'm sorry, but how did you do the math? Like...
No, hold on. I want to hear him justify the 3d6.
Sure.
Maybe something we missed.
Okay.
6 just gets there. So we go d6, d8, 2d6, 3d6. And why +1 damage on the versatile property? Well, the +1 damage total means that even when you're using your martial arts die with a versatile weapon, you get some kind of bonus for using it with 2 hands. But why not just increase the die type by 1?
Okay, so the justification was that there was none.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Just that we get there.
Yeah, I was gonna. Well, so we just get there barely. We're keeping up with other classes, and I'm like, I don't know what are you talking? When? Who? What is you? Give me anything at all. You did the math, but I don't know what your process of the math. You didn't show your work, and I have no idea how you got to your conclusion. You just left a remainder, and I went, we don't do that anymore. I don't know. Like, what are we doing here? You know? Teamwork makes the dream work, but we took melatonin to get to sleep, and the whole team fused into a single organism. True. So after this optimizing, which class is the worst now, if not the monk? Oh, it'll still be ranger, probably. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, that would work.
I think a lot of the D&D community would not be happy until Wizard and Sorcerer are objectively the worst class in the game. It feels like there's a lot of martial caster hate.
Yeah. Well, hey, they should all play 4E then, because it makes it so everything works, just like they want.
They'd rather die.
Yeah, I know.
Until we get to level 11, and then what? I guess we could do a D8 and a D6, or maybe we do 2D8, but then it's a little overtuned. A +1 provides the same bonus as increasing a die type by 1 on average, and it works at all levels, and it's not complicated. It's easy to use.
Sure.
Alejo,
Yeah.
When balancing, I'm going to borrow your DM knowledge real quick.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to. So I'm creating an encounter for my players.
Okay.
And I really want to make the boss lethal.
Okay.
Should I? And I'm thinking instead of 2d10, I will either move it to 2d12 or 3d10. Which do you think is better and why?
Which I think is better, like in terms of lethality.
Yeah, which is more powerful? I forget.
Oh. Three. The three.
Oh, you mean it raises the average?
Yeah, I do.
Weird. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I forgot how arithmetic works.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's cool. I'm glad you remembered just by me saying 3. That's
It's like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast.
Exactly. It's great. I love this. This is actually very funny.
So for the people in the back, when you increase the dice size, but not the amount of dice, you increase the cap on damage, and you do slightly increase the average. So a D10 for averages 5 or 6. A D10 averages like 6, sometimes 7.
Yeah.
The very both are treated kind of as 6, but like D10 is like 5.5, or sorry, whatever.
Yeah.
Increasing the damage type increases damage max and increases average slightly.
Yes.
But when you change from like 2d6 to 3d6, you do something very crucial. Firstly, you increase the floor of your damage type by 1. And even though the damage itself swings less, even though the damage itself swings less dramatically upward, it swings more consistently upward.
Yes. Exactly.
So that's one change. Martial arts die.
It certainly is.
The other change is this. Martial arts says you gain the following benefits while you are unarmed or wielding only monk weapons, and you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield.
Oh, well, there you go.
We're going to add one word to this sentence.
Oh, shit. So then how does that affect the dwarven thing?
So you
because those aren't monk weapons.
yeah. So you
And even though they're proficient in
Mhm.
armor, the martial arts would say that they specifically it wouldn't proc.
yes, they wouldn't be able to use their martial arts like the same way. So you wouldn't get your
Damn,
unarmed strikes and all that.
I was actually kind of looking forward to a dwarf monk. I thought that was super cool.
Well, you still
Like,
can.
I
It's
really,
just you can't do the armor thing, you know?
yeah, but like, I like the idea of like a mountain mystic descending from the mountain, but he's actually coming up from under the mountain.
Ooh, yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Instead, it's going to read, you gain the following benefits while you are unarmed or wielding only monk weapons, and you aren't wearing heavy armor or wielding a shield.
Oh, okay.
Yo,
So-
you know what? Even better.
Mhm.
So the dwarf is coming up from under the mountain,
Yeah.
and there is a elf who lives on the top of the mountain.
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're both monks, and they fucking hate each other.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're gonna follow my style. Oh no. You're gonna follow my style. It's better.
Yeah,
It's fucking
dude,
it's
they're competing for students.
yeah, it's Cobra Kai and
It's
fucking
Cobra Kai, yeah.
yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Why do we want to do that? Well, because of course you can do martial arts in armor. We know this. This isn't a matter.
Yeah, but it's restrictive. That's why it's for their safety. It's not because they can or can't do it. This is literally for tournaments. This isn't for actual usage in a combat scenario. Though I would assume that you would want some sort of armor if you were in combat scenarios, but regardless, it does like restrict your. I did Taekwondo a little bit. It like having the things on. It made it so I couldn't do my kicks and shit so easy. I don't know, man. This was a long time ago. Don't get me wrong. I was basically a child, but same kind of thing. Like okay. Yeah, we can do it. Absolutely. That's not the point.
The power.
Yeah, exactly. The technology is here. If you really want them to
We can rebuild them. Better, stronger.
If you really want to have like the only time where I could be like, yeah, this is fine is back when Mithril made things lighter. Okay? So like if you put the Mithril property
Does it not do that anymore?
Maybe it does. It's been, to be fair, what is crafting and special materials really in 5e? I don't know.
Yeah, very fair.
Like I know crafting. We've talked about this many a time, but you have to go to Xanathars for crafting, and I remember there being special materials in the DMG. I think somewhere, but I think it was adamantium and something else. I think maybe mithril was in there. I don't know. But it didn't do anything like property-wise in turning something into not being a -2 for your skills and such. That was like having different material things had so much more benefit before. And if you'd had mithril armor, it made it so that you could take away some of its restrictions. So like, yeah, you're basically wearing cloth. It's like, oh yeah, okay, when you're wearing mithril armor, sure, absolutely, as long as it's, you know, not that high of an AC bonus, because the higher the AC bonus of the armor, the more restrictions they gave, right? That's how it worked in 3.5.
It's the Lord of the Rings 1, Frodo, with the mithril shirt.
Exactly. So, like, I don't know, man. If you really want to have that stuff, then we should advocate for more complexity in 5e. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you want to do, but I've advocated for it from the beginning, and they tried to do it, and nobody wanted to engage with it. So I don't know.
Of opinion, martial arts get done in armor all the time. And they get done in armor and fiction all the time, too.
Yeah, fiction.
Not always, but sometimes. So taking away that option just doesn't make sense. Now, I don't necessarily see a lot of, kung fu happening in plate and shield, so the restriction on shields does kind of make sense. Restrictions on heavy armor do kind of make sense. And I'm not adding armor proficiency to the monk. So if you want proficiency, then that's something else. You're going to have to look at multiclassing or racial options or feats. But this way, now you're playing a mountain dwarf, you have your medium armor proficiency, you can put on scale mail.
Literally what we were talking about. Literally what we were talking about of having a dwarf monk.
I know, right?
And you'll end up with the same 16 armor class that you were likely going to end up with the unarmored defense.
Oh, so basically no purpose in it.
So, okay, but what about the wisdom?
Yeah. Well, so you don't get that in unarmored defense. That's the thing.
Well,
Or
yeah,
with
no,
armor,
I'm
excuse
saying
me.
though that, but monks still get it. That Mountain Hill dwarf would still absolutely get his wisdom added to his AC.
Yeah, exactly. So like it could be better than just wearing armor. Absolutely.
So you've added something and claimed it was a fix, but while ignoring part of the class that was already there.
Yup. Seems good.
It would. One would hesitate to suggest that your fixes were because those fixes were already in place.
Yep.
Ignored them.
Ignore them. It's not convenient for the narrative.
But like with the barbarian now, you don't have to go the unarmored defense route. It's one option, or you could do the armor option. The other thing I'm changing at level 1, I think is pretty obvious. The hit die, of course, it should be a D10. Paladins, fighters, rangers, they all
Kind
get
of agree.
D10 hit points.
I actually kind of agree.
I don't mind hit die being changed. That's fine. Whatever.
Monks should be frontline fighters.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Granted, though,
I don't know about
they should
that.
also be kind of frail.
Yeah,
though,
that's what I'm saying.
because of the nature of being a monk means you're unclawed or you're unarmored.
Yes.
So those hits should really fucking sting.
Yes, exactly. So like, at the same time, I'm like, yeah, you could, I guess, that's fine. But at the same time, I'm like, no, but what if I get hit though? I know I've been honing my body, but I don't have a thing between my body and your sword. So it should probably make me feel a little bad. I don't know.
So let me take a look at what other classes have D8 hit dies.
I would assume no. Fighter has 10. Barbarian has 12. I think.
Fighter, Paladin, Ranger.
Oh, really? Fighter does.
Sorry, Fighter, Paladin, Ranger is D10.
Oh, okay.
D8 is Artificer, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Monk, Rogue, Warlock. It is the only class to not, or sorry, it is the only hit die to not be represented by, or it's the only hit die with more than 2 classes.
Yes. Yeah.
Like D6 is Sorcerer, Wizard, D10, Fire, Paladin, Ranger, so there's 3.
Yeah.
D12 is just Barbarian, whereas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are as many classes with a D8 hit die as every other hit die combined.
That's fine. I see no issue there, honestly.
Yeah, no, I disagree with my earlier point. Keep D8 for the monk.
Yeah. Because like
everyone is D8.
Yeah, like the other thing that I would say is if you're focusing on being a frontline, you're using your patient defense. Like that's just making you better in general. So I don't know.
Yeah, true.
And hit points. Is the monk supposed to be more fragile? Is the idea that martial artists are somehow easily breakable?
No, that's not you get cut by a sword. I don't care how fucking.
They're not easily breakable, but they are easily slashable.
Yes.
Because they're wearing a gi, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. When the fighter gets fucking hit, he takes it like a champ because he's got the armor. All right?
Yeah. When a fucking dude wearing a gi takes a fucking side swipe by a bear and like flies off his feet for 5 feet and is like getting back up going like
I think you will realize, or sorry, how to put this. You need to stop looking at monsters with oh, I can take this wild animal energy that
Yeah.
men like to have.
Yeah.
Like the bear will fuck you up.
Yeah, exactly. No, no, Alejo. Monks are supposed to be Bruce Willis from Unbreakable. True, I forgot. That's true. They gotta lay down in a puddle and drown. uh, your monk wears a gi. Coward, pecks out. Yeah, that's true. Exactly. Show off the scars. They got slashed by a bear once, didn't you hear? He learned real quick that day.
That doesn't really fit the fantasy, I don't think. Makes sense
Uh-huh.
to me that they would be the same as the other marshals. D10, obvious switch.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Except they aren't pure martial, so
Yeah, it's not the other marshal. We talked about how they're like kind of a weird in-between half-caster.
yeah. And like
Um,
all of the weird in-between half-casters are in that tier.
yeah.
So okay. Your monk needs to be naked and painted blue. True.
Okay, so let's go to level 2 and look at key. So the first change right here.
Uh-huh.
Key save DC equals 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your wisdom modifier.
What could be wrong with this?
That is a pretty standard damage, DC calculation.
Yeah.
No matter what your class. In fact, the fact that you get, oh wait, no, you only get the one wisdom modifier. Never mind.
Yeah. And like I don't know, every like caster who has wisdom as their spell.
This is identical to wizard. You have
Yeah.
your primary not class. You have your primary stat.
Yeah.
8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your primary stat.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I understand that it's not your primary stat as a monk. I get that. Because you're usually going for dexterity, or you're going for strength sometimes, depending. Or you could even go for constitution if you really want to, right? So that you can have your defense high.
I don't know. I am a high wisdom enjoyer. I think that having a fucking high AC would pay dividends.
Yeah, well, so that's why I would say
But
dexterity.
would also
Yeah.
increase AC and provide bonus damage, but
Yes.
not to the key save.
Yeah, it wouldn't be to the key save, but a lot of the things, at least the tried and true things that you get to use as your key stuff, doesn't require a key save, except for, I guess, at 5th level is the stunning strike. At for the subclasses, a lot of them are just pure damage. Some of them do require a save for like tripping, I guess, for like the water whip one, for elemental one. I don't know, the fucking sunbeam that you get for solar monk, the Kamehameha doesn't require a save as far as I remember. I guess I would have to go through to see, but I don't know, man. At least from what I remember of monks, the saves aren't really as often as necessary.
Well, I mean, stunning strike. Monks use stunning strike
Yes,
pretty often.
I agree, but I also then point to Constitution being the stat that they save against, which is like, oh, well, literally
Which
most
would be-
things save.
Yeah, then the fact that one of their bread and butter abilities is one of the most commonly resisted types could be seen as a weakness of the class.
Yes, I agree. It's a weakness that like the stunning strike isn't great. It's good in certain instances. Absolutely.
I will actually defend the poor key save DC, and let me cook on this one.
Okay.
So standard save DC calculation is 8 plus prof bonus plus primary stat.
Yeah.
So for something like a wizard who is meant to kind of like lean into the magical, like
Yeah.
arcane aspect, it would make sense that 8+ proficiency bonus plus the class's primary stat of like you use intelligence for everything. It's your a roleplay stat.
Yeah.
It's a good the like combat stat. It's you want your intelligence like 18. That's good for you. But like I think that monks,
Mhm.
given that they occupy this weird in-between realm of like not quite a full caster, not quite a full martial, this kind of weird in-between
Mhm.
does, I think, come with some necessary muddling and weak points.
I agree. Yeah. I don't. It's the same thing that I would say for paladins. The same kind of thing. Exactly the same. It should be a little muddling because if you want to focus on your spell casting, you focus on your spell casting. That's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, there is nothing preventing a monk from choosing to like mainline his wisdom
Yeah,
modifier, just
absolutely.
as there is nothing preventing a wizard from mainlining his intelligence
Yes.
modifier. And sure, it could be argued that a class mandatorily having two stats that you absolutely need high
Well,
is an issue.
I
But like I would push back on
I would
that
too.
and say that you don't need two stats
Yeah.
sky high. You need those two stats to reach the same bonus as one sky high stat.
Yeah.
So instead of having a +5 intelligence modifier, you can have a +2 dexterity and a +3 wisdom.
Yeah, for sure.
Or swap those, and it's the same. And sure, your key save DC will be lower because it's only like 8+ prof bonus +2, and like yeah, that's I guess that makes you feel having a 12
Right.
makes you feel sad when it's a monk, but not when it's a wizard.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, well, you know.
but like, but like, again, necessary muddling. Like they're not necessarily meant to be the best at everything.
Exactly.
They're not meant to have these irresistible flurry or stunning strikes that like
Yes.
absolutely stun the person every time
Yes, I agree.
because they have 20 key points. They're meant to be able to like, oh hey, that stunning strike didn't work. Fuck it, I've got like 5 more.
Yes, exactly. That's my whole point is like most of the time, at least for a lot of the stuff that you do with key, it's not as far as I remember. Again, I could be wrong, but as far as I remember, everything is just I attack in a different way, right? And like the stunning strikes and things are there for that bit of versatility, that bit of utility, that bit of support if you want to utilize it and you're looking to help with the fight as a whole in that instance. And like yeah, it goes against a high constitution stat most of the time, but it's there to be that kind of thing to make it so that it's another way to support and everything. And like I'm not saying that it being against constitution is bad necessarily. I'm just saying that that is going to most likely fail most of the time, right? Which is why I'm saying that most of the time I see stunning strike is not used. I see a lot of flurry of blows. I see a lot of patient defense and step of the wind, and all of the things that just do damage, and you have to hit with them, right? Um, so
People are
like
leaning into what works.
exactly right.
And what works is killing things. That's the
Yes,
best CC.
exactly. So all that to say, I don't see any problem with change. Like we don't need to change this. What are you doing? Leave the key save. Here we go.
We're going to change it to dexterity modifier.
Of course we are.
So why do we want to do this? Well, because now
it's the primary stat that everybody's going for all the time. Don't worry about strength monks. They don't exist. It's fine. Like whatever, dude. Sure. You want to make it
They like counter to the narrative.
Yeah, exactly. Don't think about somebody who is literally just utilizing it for utility, for who is going into like an elemental monk or anything like that to like utilize their quote unquote key spells basically in ways that would be more beneficial as a utility kind of aspect. Don't worry about that either. That's fine. Don't worry about any of that kind of stuff. Let's just make it so that everybody is going for the exact same build every time, because it's the best build. We need the best build. Sure. Okay. Okay, I think this guy watched one too many viral videos of monks lifting cinder with their nuts to think monks can tank a sword hit. Yes, exactly.
I get a real vibe from this video that Trent Monk is the sort of person to, when they begin playing a new MMORPG,
Yeah.
they look up the build guide and they say, okay, this is what I look like.
Yeah. I imagine that's what the pursuit of enlightenment and physical perfection is for, to have testicles that can move mountains. That's true. Monk blocks battle axe with face. True. Must fight the urge to make my monk character move mountains with crotch. Exactly.
We're going to see all kinds of different builds.
Yeah, no, sure.
The aforementioned mountain dwarf wearing scale mail might be punching with their strength score. The traditional unarmored monk, that is dexterity and wisdom, can absolutely happen as well. Or other combinations. It just gives the player more.
Why can't we do that now? I'm sorry. What's preventing us from doing that now? The fact that we don't have both of these fixes? Oh. Oh. Okay.
Freedom, and honestly, it is not broken in any way.
Oh!
A DC that uses your attack ability score is exactly what we've already seen with Battlemaster fighters, so this has already been play tested for years.
Yeah, with the Battlemaster, not with the monk. And all the versatility that the monk then has, but sure. Tell me how they're going against my dexterity modifier when I'm trying to touch of death them. I guess.
Yeah, so like you also need to understand, Trent Monk, that key is meant to be the like mystical like art within yourself that like
it's within
it's meant
everything.
it's meant to be the pseudo magic.
Yes.
Having it just be like dexterity makes it just mean like, oh, you punch good, and you would punch good with this DC, but like you would be rolling a save DC versus the punching, not the key.
Yes. I like chakras. Fucking everything has their key or chi or however you want to pronounce it, right? Like,
do you know what it's called in 5.5?
What's it called?
When I looked it up, focus.
Oh.
So this brings me up to and this is a side point.
Yeah.
This is a my issue with kind of WotC and how they've modernized D&D in general.
Sure.
So like a monk having like focus points,
Yeah.
right? If I were a newcomer to D&D and I saw that monks had focus points, I'd be like, oh, that's like kind of weird, but like I can kind of see it because they're supposed to be like a battle master or whatever.
Sure.
But when I see key, I go, oh yeah, no, this is as a direct result of their training. The fact that it's key and not like battle mastery is flavor for that class.
Yep.
And so by calling it focus, you make it indistinguishable from a fighter, and you lose a lot of that flair that helps make D&D, like, it helps make the classes feel unique.
Exactly. You call it focus and it seems attainable by anybody. Right? And like technically, right? Sure. Technically, if you want to be technical, yeah, anybody can become that character. Sure. But the key is just that it gives it that flavor, like you're saying, the mysticism of it, the thing that connects everything to each other, the life force, the whatever you want it to be, right? Key. Whoa. And I'm touching the thing that is their key to stun them with a big palm strike, right in their key point. I don't know. But like that's that, and there's no
It's
problem with that. Nobody has a problem with that.
it feels to me identical to the Paladin in 5.5. I believe it's they no longer have a deity, they have an ideal.
What?
And it feels like hold on, let me make sure I'm
Yeah,
not misquoting.
yeah, please, because that sounds crazy
But
to
like
me.
but like as I
Yeah.
recall, this is the second flag that has appeared in my brain of WotC changing a class to be like to appeal to like making them more generic.
Yeah.
Like instead of key points, like, well, what if my monk doesn't do magic? I don't like the fact that it's called key. Mr. DM,
Yeah.
please, I hate that it's called key. So WotC tries to fix the problem ahead of time.
Right.
Oh, my paladin doesn't worship a god, they're an atheist.
Yeah.
I don't like that they have to worship Bahamut.
Oh.
Oh, well, your paladin has an ideal, so it can be the
But
paladin of the common man,
like
and like that be like that socialist paladin or
we
whatever.
had this in 3.5 with literal concepts that you could worship,
Um,
and it was fine.
give give me a second to
Yeah,
see
yeah.
if I can find it. I'm reading through 5.5
Absolutely,
paladin
absolutely.
now.
But keys touching upon a culture they don't understand, and we have to be sensitive in these times, Alejo. Otherwise, South Park will get you. True, true. But guess what? Um, Nobody cares about them using key because it's not like I don't know, man. I'm sorry. It's not the same thing as what it is in our reality, okay? Whether or not you believe
Oh,
in ki or chi or anything, it's just it's a representation of that belief, not necessarily the belief. I don't know.
it feels like they're trying to sanitize anything
Yes.
that like, oh well, a key could have some religious aspects to it because
I
there
can't.
are some religions that have
Yes.
key or chi or whatever, so we need to wash that out of the
Yes.
game.
Exactly. I'm sorry if you relate to this or, want it to be in the game at all. No.
It appears to be that the paladin gains. Well, no, because they do still have channel, quote unquote, divinity
Yeah.
specifically. So, like, it seems to be, from what I gather from the way that Paladin is presented, that they gain their power directly from their oaths.
Okay.
Like there is a piece of art on the page 112
Mhm.
that has like a paladin lifting up a sword, and it says, "quote A paladin's dedication to her cause manifests as magical might."
Sure. Okay.
But it does not seem to be the god itself.
Okay. Just the commitment to whatever they've sworn to.
You know what? Maybe it was cleric. Let me check cleric.
Okay. Do you remember that 5.5 was the addition of no evil races, if I recall correctly? Well, they started sanitizing with 5, so, it just makes sense that they would go all the way to 5.5 because, God forbid, we make anybody upset because we're supposedly the world's most popular TTRPG, which technically, yes, I guess, but
No, actually, clerics are still cleric subclasses. A cleric subclass is a specialization that grants you features at certain cleric levels as specified in the subclass. Each cleric subclass is named after a domain of existence that is favored by a god,
oh, there you go.
pantheon, or religious order. This section presents the life domain, light domain, trickery domain, and war domain subclasses.
Okay.
So it is not clerics.
I don't know where you got it from then.
I think it's from paladins. It's just the fact that they don't lean into the fact that it's like, oh, you're
Right.
a warrior of your divinity.
Oh,
You
okay.
are just like you're just turbo autistic, and this makes you hit people harder.
That's true. That is true. Oh, all right. Well, let's keep going.
And we know
It might just be this one video, folks. I had a second video prepared, but this one's taking longer than I thought it would. So we'll see how we feel at the end.
works. And it allows us to focus on our dexterity and we don't get punished for doing that.
Uh-huh.
Now let's
I'm sorry. I'm punished because I can hit things better if I focus on dexterity, and I can't do my magic shit better when I don't focus on dexterity, or when I do focus on dexterity still. So if I don't know, focused on my wisdom score instead, I could make it so that I don't hit so good, but I actually do really good with my ki. Like, I don't know, man. Fucking learn how to trade off, okay?
Complete side note, I completely forgot that 5.5 Paladin at level 5 just gets the Find Steed spell for free.
Yes.
They always have it prepared.
Yeah, that is that, and I remember us finding that out, and it was all right. I don't mind that because you cast it up and you can get steeds for everybody. I think, right?
Yeah, probably.
That was the change to it, if I remember right. Anyway, does this mean the Luchador Paladin can worship the ideals of the ring? Yes.
Yes, it
Absolutely.
can.
You know what? You found the silver lining, Draco Kraken. I commit my oath to the ring. To giving a good show. Oh, I love it.
You know, like church bells ringing. That's the fight bell. For him.
Yeah.
look at our starting 3 key features. So first, Flurry of Blows, I don't recommend changing. Patient Defense, I don't recommend changing.
Good.
Step of the Wind will no longer cost key.
Okay. So we're making them a rogue now.
So, given that,
except for the hide part, I guess, but
given that there is precedent that has been set by the rogue getting movement as a free resource. Although I recognize that this is one less way that I, as the DM, I can't rely on my players spending key points to Step of the Wind anymore, which increases their overall combat potential, and that's something that I will have to keep into account. The fact that, like I said, precedent has been set already with the rogue leads me to just let Treant Monk cook here.
I don't see why we need to make them into another rogue. Because we already have a rogue. I don't know. In that respect. Because it's just, they get this, they get all the attacks and everything. If we're combining everything that we've got as fixes, I don't see why we would need to do this, you know?
I mean, you could also just make Step of the Wind still cost a key point and up the key points that they have.
Which is not something that we should do either. I don't know. I see no benefits here.
No, but I would argue that Step of the Wind still costing a key point, but instead of giving them 20 at max level, give them 23. I want to have maybe a couple extra key points per short rest if you're really, really super concerned about the players burning through all of their key points in between short rests. Like I said, I don't necessarily think that this is necessary, but I would argue that making it still cost a key point and giving them a few extra key points is a better fix than just eliminating the cost wholesale.
Oh yeah. It would be a better fix in comparison, but it's coming from a standpoint.
Still not good.
Yes, coming from the standpoint that we don't need to fix it, I wouldn't do either of these things.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Step of the Wind is probably the weakest of our level 2 options.
Yeah, no, it's not.
So it just doesn't see much play, considering it costs the same amount.
No.
Now keep in mind, you're still using your bonus action, so you're giving up a bonus action attack to do this.
Okay.
And I think that's fair. It's also perfectly in line with what other classes and races can do.
Oh.
The monk needing key for this was always an outlier.
So why don't you just combo it with a different race that can do other, you've just made it better than to be the monk as a different race. Like, they can just have more shit to do for free. That's just what you've done.
I also I want to rewind it just a couple seconds.
Yeah. I have to use the bathroom so bad. So you go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So, Treant Monk mentions early on, I'll wind it a bit.
Of our level 2 options, so it just doesn't see much play considering it costs the same amount. Now keep in mind you're still using your bonus action, so you're giving up a bonus action attack to do this, and I think that's fair. It's also perfectly in line with what other classes and races can do. The monk needing key for this was always an outlier.
So, I do have some issues with the monk needing key to Step of the Wind. The fact that it's framed as being an outlier means that he's comparing it to classes which can take the disengage or dash action as a bonus action on their turn, as being an outlier. So like because other classes can take the disengage or dash action for free, but monk costs a resource, he's saying that monk is worse. However, he's failing to take into account the fact that the vast majority of classes in D&D don't get to take the dash action for like as a bonus action on their turn. So the fact that even though it costs a resource, the fact that they can do it at all makes them pretty tuned.
Okay. Sorry.
Hello, Alejo. Your timing is perfect. I was just finishing mentioning that he says that the monk spending a key point for Step of the Wind makes them an outlier,
Uh-huh.
or that they've always been a bit of an outlier.
Uh-huh.
And I find that really weird that he says that Step of the Wind makes them an outlier because they spend that key point, that resource, to take the disengage or dash action as a bonus action, because he's failing to take into account the fact that the vast majority of classes don't get to take the disengage or dash actions as bonus actions on their
Exactly.
turn.
Yep.
So yeah, sure, the monk is an outlier from the classes that get it for free in that he has to spend a resource.
Yep.
However, he is still a very privileged class.
Yep. Exactly.
But once we take away the key cost, then also there's no resource to keep track of, so it's easy to use. If anything, we made bookkeeping easier
Was
for
step
monks.
Okay.
we made bookkeeping even easier. We don't have to subtract one from a number. We use it.
I can't keep it track.
I don't have to count backwards from 8.
Oh
Like
God.
I get to just sit there and go, you know what? My key point, it remains unchanged. Like, oh fuck, dude.
I just don't
I have so many issues with this.
I'm sorry. Like, oh no, we've sped up a play by making it so that for 1 millisecond I don't have to rub out my fucking number and then write in a new one. I'm sorry. Oh, good. Thank God. Thank you for fucking saving me my second of my life that I'll never get back, I guess. Holy shit.
So I am currently in a D&D campaign
Yeah.
with a first-time D&D player.
Cool.
And like, yeah, and you know what? I say welcome. Like,
yeah.
I always want to have more people joining my hobby.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, I can understand something like, oh, making this bookkeeping easier would be like beneficial for someone like this new player who the past 2 sessions like, and we've been playing for like a few months, but like the past couple sessions, he was like, what do I roll on an attack roll?
Sure.
What dice do I roll when I do damage? And I'm like, hey, you know what? He is a first time player. Um, but like, I don't necessarily think that we should be treating our audiences as under the assumption that they will be first time players who struggle with bookkeeping.
Exactly.
I believe in treating my audience with some modicum of respect.
Exactly. I like if we're going from the perspective of God, combat takes forever, we need to make it faster. That's already a perspective that I just don't care for and agree with, really. Like, it's just going to take as long as it takes, and I don't care.
How long does it take you to scratch out an 8 and put a 7?
Exactly.
You have 4 other people who are all figuring out their turns, probably, and then moving.
Yep.
And then doing their bookkeeping before it comes back to you.
Yep.
And then the DM has to go, who has maybe 3 things that they're controlling.
Exactly.
You have the time.
Exactly.
You do not need to you don't need to pursue simplification unto elimination.
Yes. Agreed. Rub out was a choice of words. It was, and I used it. That's true. This fix seems to not be needed. That's most of them so far. Let's go.
This way. Then we're going to jump to level 4. Quickened Healing is one of the optional class features from Tasha's, and it allows you as an action to...
Okay, I don't know anything about Tasha's, so here we go. Okay, it's a thing that you can do with your key points. You get a second wind. Alright.
Spend 2 key points, and you roll your martial arts die. You regain a number of hit points equal to the number rolled, plus your proficiency bonus. Now, we did scale our martial arts die a little bit.
Oh,
but you know what? Even then, think about it this way. At 4th level, when you use this, you'd be rolling a d6 plus 2. That's about 5 or 6 points of healing. And this is demanding that you spend half your key to get that 5 or 6 points of healing once. I honestly...
Is 2d6 plus 2 5 or 6 points of healing?
Not necessarily.
Because by my calculations, it should be averaging out to 8.
I thought it was... Yeah, I was going to say it was going to be 6 or 8, yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. No, it's...
That math, d6, I mean, 6 halved is 3. 3 times 2 is 6, plus 2 is 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, let's just not remember
Don't understand how math works. Why they made this feature cost 2 key points. The healing isn't much, even with our boosted martial arts dice. This does comparable healing to what the Mercy Monk does, except it's self-only, and it costs twice as much. So I'm recommending we make it 1 key point.
Of course you do. Now okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to be fine with it, but no, it needs to be better. It just needs to be better. I need to be able to heal more. That's all.
It is the same cost as the Mercy Monk ability. It's still not as flexible, so the Mercy Monk ability does not become obsolete.
Yeah, but okay. The whole point is that the Mercy Monk is the one that can heal. Why would you... Whatever.
Why does a singular class presented on its lonesome have power creep? Like, literally, these are just... You're making changes. You're not even making changes to the monk. You're just straight up improving
it, yeah.
Which, yeah, that is not that... Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. Fixing the monk.
Yeah.
So... These aren't fixes. These are just, like, objectively making it more powerful.
Yes.
And it seems to be that you are going for an... It would seem to me that you have an image in your mind of average party level, because it seems that you're trying to make this class balanced per the party level, and it seems to be that you think they'll be doing way more than they actually will be. And so it seems to me like you're planning for power creep that hasn't happened yet, which means you're actually implementing it.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
But it actually becomes a reasonable expenditure of ki now.
Oh, reasonable.
Then we get to 5th level, and we get Stunning Strike. This is the one feature, I think, it needs its own resource pool. I was originally thinking once per proficiency bonus.
2 resources.
Yeah, I thought you didn't want to do that.
I know.
I thought, what?
I am so fascinated. I did not see this coming.
Kind of the standard now for individual resources for features. But then I thought about the number of players that I talk to that love spending all their key on this feature.
I don't care how many people love it. Who gives a fuck how many people love the thing? What?
They might actually find once per proficiency bonus per long rest overly limiting. So, how do we prevent these players from having their favorite trick limited on them? I think pretty simple. Once your uses are gone, now it costs 1 key to use the feature again. So, Stunning Strike stays the same except it has its own resource pool. So, you have proficiency number of uses per long rest. Once those uses are gone, you can use a key point to do Stunning Strike again.
Why? Just get better at
So,
utilizing your key. I don't fucking know.
I love this. I cannot explain to you how much joy this brings me. He has implemented something that makes bookkeeping actually really difficult.
Yeah.
Because now, when I start a session, I have to go, what is my proficiency bonus? Okay, what is my remaining key points? Okay, have I used a stunning strike before a short rest?
Yeah.
In order to recharge the amount of the proficiency units?
Yeah.
Am I mid-combat? What was my count at before?
Yes.
Now, granted, am I mid-combat? What was my count at before? Was an issue already, so you should hopefully be writing it down on your character
You'd
sheet.
think.
However, it does not change that, like, these changes make Stunning Strike actually obtuse.
Like, I don't. How can you. I. Just because people want to use it more, you've made it so that it's overly
So,
complicated? Cool, man.
I do, like, I'm a Stunning Strike enjoyer. I
Sure.
think that's cool as hell. Um, so I do support a change that would cause people to like look more favorably upon using Stunning Strike as a use of their action during their turn. However, I would argue that this, like, oh, the number of times equal to prof bonus, comma, these are recovered after a long rest, period. If you have no uses left, comma, you must spend 1 key
Yeah.
point to deliver a stunning strike. Like, this seems to be very, well, yeah, he mentioned that it was like leaning against rather than leaning into simplicity. But like,
But
having to, all right, so resource management is fine if you're like counting pebbles, I guess, if you counting beans rather. If you're counting beans, resource management is fine. But once you make my box for Stunning Strike have 2 different colored beans in it, I go, oh no.
I really like resource management. I really enjoy the task a lot of the time. It's part of the reason why I really like games that have resource management, because it's something that I can keep track of and then I have to, worry about and stuff. And I I think Stunning Strike is a good thing to use. I would use it a lot if, I wanted to, if I thought it was one of those instances that I need to use it. That's why it's there. It's there for you to have as an option to utilize it. I think it has so much incentive already, and I think most people don't think about it as I do, of like, well, if things are just gonna, pass that DC, because that doesn't pass through my mind necessarily when I'm in combat and like we're at a point of like, fuck, man, we need this thing to not do something for a bit. I better fucking keep doing this until it fucking stops moving so that we can actually like get an advantage here. Um, but I don't see why it can't just be, yeah, we really like this. It's just gonna keep being the same cost. There's nothing that we need to do to it because it's already very good if it hits. Stunned as a condition is so good. It's not as good as Paralyzed, but it is really good. Like, I don't know, man. It already has enough going on for it that we don't need to improve it. We do not.
I would like to circle back to my analogy of the two different colored beans
Yeah.
because I think I landed on something there.
Okay.
So the fact that I have so using Stunning Strike costs me a bean, of which I have two.
Yes.
I have some that come back only on long rests and some that come back only on short rests.
Yes.
The long rest ones act as gray health, actually, for my short rest beans.
Actually, yeah.
Because my long rest ones burn before my short rest ones.
Yes.
So like actually, my long rest beans burning before my short rest beans would actually simplify the analogy for me. Never mind.
I was gonna say, well, you don't forget that your short rest beans also come back during your long rest, so
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I just don't see. It doesn't need anything. It doesn't need anything. There's no reason for this other than you just want it to be more, and that just makes it so that the potential for the monk is just better. That's it. I don't know, man. That's all that I'm seeing here. Is just the fixes are just let's just make it better than anything else.
Well, you also too need to review how does the damage potential of the monk change by having those two extra key points available on a long rest at like early level. And I would argue it doesn't change that much actually. Because it's only on a long rest that you get those two beans.
Yeah.
And
for
at
early,
20th
yeah.
level, and like at 20th level, sure, that does go up to 5 beans. But what does 5 beans? Well, what does 3 extra beans matter when you're at 20th level, which won't happen anyway?
Yeah.
So like I actually would like to walk this back. I would have to see it play tested.
I guess, but at the same time, I don't know. I just don't see a reason for it. That makes it so it would help.
It does feel super clunky. I don't like how long the description of the ability is, but that could be pared down theoretically, but I don't really know by how much more.
Sure.
Let's
see.
Yeah, no.
I just
wait to see the playtest.
It's a compounding issue for me because this is all in tandem. Like all of these things are supposed to work off each other, and so the more that we get to of like, oh, this is just another thing that makes me amazing, the more I go, oh, okay, cool, great, I like OP characters, but this is a bit much. Did he just put red text on the screen? Red text is my thing. True. But can we make a class required factory game level flowchart of resources? Not gonna lie, I would actually play that class. Yeah. Just we just gotta go back a few editions. Also the red text doesn't pop well on the screen with that white strip on the black. It bugs. Yes. On the back.
In fact, we only have to go back approximately 1.5 editions.
Indeed. On the bright side, I just got coffee. Hey, good for you.
Then we get up to 7th level, and what Stillness of Mind does is, starting at 7th level, you can use your action to...
Oh, here we go. Okay, remember he said that this doesn't work as we thought it would, apparently. So...
Yes, okay.
Okay. So what I think this does is that instead of... Okay, so I'm going to assume that this means that if I'm charmed or frightened... Wait, no, I can still use my actions in both of those cases. I thought, no, okay, so I would just, instead of going, oh, I'm going to utilize my action to do the thing that the charmed person, the person who charmed me said to do, I'll use it to clear myself of the stillness of mind. Or, in the frightened case, oh, instead of running away, I'll use stillness of mind and be fine. That's what it says to me.
My guess is that he draws umbrage with the fact that you can use your action to end the effect,
Okay.
meaning you can't like additionally attack. So
Yeah.
my guess would be, given that we have all of those extra beans,
Mm-hmm.
you can spend a key point to end one effect on yourself as a bonus action.
But I would then point to him and say, but you could use your key point to instead utilize Flurry of Blows for your bonus action.
But then you would still be frightened, which means you
No, because I'm saying if you keep it this way, you use your action, get rid of your frightened condition, and then bonus action.
bonus action flurry of blows.
Yeah. Unless that is predicated by the fact that you need to have attacked, that might be something. Hold on. Flurry of Blows. Immediately. Sorry. It went away. So immediately after you take the attack action. Okay, yeah. So it is predicated on the attack action, which I don't know, man. At the same time, I'm like, you're getting rid of a condition. Like the charm condition could be fatal. You could then go and fucking destroy your friends or put yourself in a position that makes you much easier of a target. And Frighten can get you completely out of the combat. So I find it fine that you are trading having to run away or do something you didn't want to do for attacking. I find that to be fine, because if you do that, you're still right next to somebody, you can fucking patient defense and be okay. More than likely, at least. I don't know, man. Whatever.
Wait, hold on. So what's your argument, Alejo?
I'm saying that, because you can't attack, because you didn't use your action to attack, you can't use Flurry of Blows. So, because you're ending your condition, which is something that you can't do otherwise, except for like somebody else to do to you with a spell, making it so that they are wasting their turn and everything, you then are able to just do that instead of doing something that you don't want to do because you are charmed, or getting yourself out of the fight basically because you are frightened, or making it so that if you're trying to attack while frightened, I think you get disadvantage. And instead of doing that, you're just spending that action, and then if you're still next to something that's dangerous, you can either Step of the Wind or Patient Defense and get out of there, or just continue to be there.
There is also like, you need to keep in mind that like starting at 7th level, a monk can use their action to end the effect of being charmed or frightened, which is fucking like, well, it's fucking good that they can end it
Yeah.
because those conditions are fucking bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And the fact that they can like still do a, oh wait, no, they still can't do the flurry of blows.
Well, that's
because
yeah,
they
that's
did
what I'm saying. So instead of that,
attack.
you're able to at least
So-
still be in position.
Yeah, you're able to be in position because when a 7th level fighter gets charmed
Yeah.
or frightened, their total options are the player looks at the wizard and says, "Help me, please."
Yeah.
And puts on a smile.
Yeah.
So like the fact that the monk gets resistance to being charmed or frightened, which is also included in the paladin because like those conditions are so good.
Mm-hmm.
That like I would argue that the monk getting the fact that they can end these conditions as an action is completely fine.
Yeah.
I would also argue that them spending in action versus a paladin who gets it as an aura,
Yeah.
like passively and can like affect others with it,
Yeah.
is really good because different members of your party should be at different strengths at different levels.
Yeah. Exactly. I see nothing wrong with this, and if he's going to go into something of like the semantics for some reason, or the fact that you can't attack, then like it completely falls flat, because it's like, well, no, this is good for balancing purposes. I don't know, man. I think it's fine.
So I can kind of see stillness of mind the fact that like if you were to spend a bean on it
Sure.
would be pretty justifiable to
Yeah,
me.
that would be fine.
Because I think overcoming that magical like charm or frighten because you're just that trained, like you're just him.
Sure, yeah.
Like spending a key point on that, I think feels justifiable.
I think it's justifiable, but the fact that we don't have to is better because you are saving your bean.
Exactly. You're saving that bean.
Exactly. And I don't know where all these beans came from, but I'm saving mine for Professor E. Gadd. Yes, speaking of coffee. Exactly.
And one effect on yourself that's causing you to be charmed or frightened. Now, I've mentioned before, the problem with this ability, I mean, obviously it hurts to give up your action in order to get rid of an effect, but still, it's still okay, except for there are sometimes there are charmed conditions or frightened conditions that tell you what you have to do with your action, so you can't choose to use stillness of mind. So what we have is...
Yeah, but this would supersede that, I would think. Right? Like, I don't know, that seems logical to me, at least.
I need to hear it one more time, I'm sorry.
Get rid of an effect,
That may
but
have been a bit far.
still, it's still okay, except for there are sometimes there are charmed conditions or frightened conditions that tell you what you have to do with your action, so you can't choose to use stillness of mind. So what we have is cases where a monk can have this feature and still be unable to end charmed or frightened on themselves, and that's, I don't think, the intention. I don't think...
Yeah, that sounds to be a DM problem.
Yeah, I would rule that...
That is a DM ruling error.
Exactly. I think this is superseded because it's something the player can do to make it so that...
Because they can just end the effect. I don't give a fuck what the effect's flavor text says.
Exactly. It's supposed to give that player the agency to be able to do that. Like, that's the whole point of the feature. And if you aren't doing that, I feel like you are actually failing a little bit, unfortunately. Because, like, denying them the ability to use their ability seems counterintuitive as fuck to me.
And it seems to me that it would feel really bad for the player.
Yup. So why are you even, like, why is this even a discussion? I don't know. You as the DM are the arbiter. I'm sorry, you are. Take some responsibility.
I'll do some research into stillness of mind and find if it's like a widely regarded thing that it doesn't supersede. Give me a bit.
Yeah, fair. Because if that's the case, everybody's wrong. Like, I'm sorry, but you are.
This is absolutely a situation in which I will say, yes, you are all wrong.
Yeah. Actually, if this is just making the monk more OP, then how is it optimizing? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
I don't think designers really considered the possibility that the monk wouldn't be able to spend the action to get rid of charmed or frightened.
It's so easy for me to say that the designers expected you to have a fucking brain and think, okay? I'm sorry. It just is. Because they say in the fucking rules themselves, I don't need to point to them, but I can at least point to them in this instance and they say, hey, you're the arbiter of the rules. Make your game work the way that you want it to. And I don't know. Again, the easy thing that anyone could point to is to say, hey, you, the player, I am doing things to you, but your feature makes it so that I can't do things to you sometimes. So if you want to utilize that feature, regardless of the fact that my feature says, oh, you have to do this, I think you should be able to, because otherwise it would be useless in certain circumstances. That just seems stupid to me.
Jeremy Crawford has weighed in. A monk can use stillness of mind if the dominator doesn't forbid it, and the monk can take an action.
There you go.
So I guess the fact that he specifically says if the dominator doesn't forbid it would imply to me that, like,
only dumb casters will be caught by monks.
Well, here's the thing that I would immediately say is that how the fuck does everybody know that monks can do this? There's no way that everybody would know that, even high-level
exactly.
casters. So
I don't know. Liches have been around a while, dude.
yeah, okay, so that's like one of the exceptions, right?
And elder brains have like a lot of knowledge.
Yes. All of the exceptions of like ancient deities and fucking ancient species, sure.
The 300-year-old dragon, maybe?
The 300-year-old dragon burns people to death and doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he might know if he's a particularly calculating dragon, but like a 300-year-old dragon's a pretty young dragon,
yeah,
so like,
exactly.
probably not.
Exactly. So like it just makes logical sense to me otherwise. So we don't need the creator to weigh in. We just don't. But if you need that in order to justify your decision, then there it is, I guess. There's your appeal to authority if you so desperately need it to justify to your players that they can do something. I don't know. I see OP is taking out everything solo while optimizing makes the team work better. Oh, okay.
Also, by the way, when I said that I was going to like look around to see what consensus seems to have found, I have found one Reddit thread of which all of the comments seem to be agreeing that Monk should absolutely be able to shake this.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. Thank you,
so
at least.
It seems to be the community is looking at Jeremy Crawford and saying, no, you were wrong.
Yeah, so guess what? Woohoo!
And I think we can just reword this so that it works the way that the designers intended. So instead, what we'll say is stillness of mind. If you start your turn under the charmed or frightened condition, you can choose to end one of those conditions. If you do so, you may not take an action on your turn. Does that sound the same to you? Well,
it doesn't need to be as wordy. Literally, you can just look at what it says, and it says the same thing without all the words. I'm a pedantic asshole, okay? And even I don't think that we need this.
Yeah, you can also try to take the perspective of the monk can't detect the charm alone.
Yeah.
So like if you're underneath the effects of a charm spell, you may not realize it.
Yeah.
If you're frightened, you may just go, no, I'm just being smart.
Yeah.
Running away is a viable strategy.
It's true. So I just let's just keep it as is because your fucking red text, I can't fucking see that. Literally, it just says you can do this. All right, that's all you need.
From what I have found, the common sentiment seems to be that this is a case of rules as written versus rules as intended.
Sure.
And the rules as written doesn't specifically say you can do it, and also Jeremy Crawford says, "Oh, well, if they don't forbid it."
Yeah.
But the common sentiment seems to be accepting that rules as intended. Taking your player's lunch away from them makes the player feel bad.
Exactly. I need that lunch money, but man, do I feel bad that I took it away from them because they started crying, okay?
Intended. So instead, what we'll say is stillness of mind. If you start your turn under the charmed or frightened condition, you can choose to end one of those conditions. If you do so, you may not take an action on your turn. Does that sound the same to you? Well, it is almost the same. For the most part, this doesn't really change the feature. You're still giving up your action, you're still removing the condition. What I've done is close the loophole that can sometimes prevent you from using this feature. Some charmed and frightened effects dictate how you spend your action, as I mentioned. But with this wording, that doesn't matter because you remove the condition before your action ever comes up. And that means it's going to work the way I kind of figure it was always intended to. Now,
if you figured that it was that intention, why don't you just run it that way?
Now we are
Because these are monk fixes.
Oh!
And this is, in fairness to Treant Monk, absolutely, I would consider a fix.
It is technically a fix, but I think that it is, again, unnecessary.
Yeah. It seems to be that if there is widely held sentiment that it's probably not as necessary, but like still,
Yeah.
good catch. There is nothing that is lost by closing this loophole.
Mm-hmm.
they're going to jump up a ton of levels, all the way up to level 15. Timeless Body just
Okay, now this is one that I'm actually interested in. Because this is something that we can give a better mechanical benefit potentially to. Because it's, like, again, I'm fine with it being a, like we were talking about, a side grade, in a way. But there's no, like, old age doesn't matter in D&D 5e. And water and food, I I would argue, is not necessarily always something that matters.
By the time that you're 15th level, you should have someone in your party that can cast Hero's Feast.
Yeah.
doesn't do much, and it's all you get at 15th level. But if you really had this eternal youth, don't you think there might be a mechanical benefit from that?
There you go.
I'm no
But
longer
it's
in
not
my
eternal
youth,
youth.
but
Yeah, it's actually, you will die of old age still. It's just that you don't like suffer the effects.
Yeah. It's not eternal youth, it's just you don't have arthritis.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
remember it, and the
And you're
alterations
also on a
actually
diet
seem
plan.
pretty obvious to me.
True.
We add one sentence to the end of the feature. Timeless Body at 15th level, your key sustains you so that you suffer none of the frailty of old age and you can't be aged magically. You can die of old age, however. In addition, you no longer need food or water. You also recover a level of exhaustion when you take a short rest.
Hey. Okay.
Yeah, I'd be fine with this.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah, you know what? Yes.
This seems absolutely right for 15th level.
I am okay with this to such a degree because people don't use exhaustion enough. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let's do it.
Yeah, the fact that there is a definite mathematical upgrade that reduces, like, a big issue, i.e. exhaustion, even though no one ever uses it.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck, dude, a short rest for exhaustion.
It's
But,
great.
like, hey, that would actually allow you to start looking into spells that give exhaustion as a side effect.
And weather conditions and like
Yeah,
everything. It's great.
yeah. Which means you could absolutely be the monk who like burns their own life force and like goes absolutely crazy stupid mode in
Yeah.
combat because you're like hasted.
Yeah.
And then afterwards you're like and like you need to take a short rest.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% about it.
Which would be a little tuned again,
Sure.
but it is 15th level. You'll never get to that.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, but also I feel like it's fine enough to be tuned in that respect because again, exhaustion barely comes into play. Barely.
Like I remember a campaign where we actually did use exhaustion
Hell yeah.
because there was a sword someone had that could like it freeze time for a minute, but it gave you like 2 levels of exhaustion coming out of it. And we had yeah. We had the warlock in our party was at like 5 minutes of exhaustion once. And we were like looking into ways to try to reduce exhaustion, and there's like nothing.
Yeah, you have to like sleep.
Yeah.
That's it.
There's like sleep and also
greater
like
restoration,
a
I think.
Yes, a greater restoration. We had someone in the party who like was a power gamer and could absolutely cast it.
There you go.
So it became a non-issue later on.
Right.
But for like a while, we were like, oh.
Yeah, for sure. Can you imagine if water, food, and answering the call of nature impacted every part of the quest like it would in real life? Before we fight the dragon, I gotta take a piss. True. It'd be interesting.
Yep, I stole this from the Ranger. This feature is a level 15 feature, and in most cases, I wouldn't expect it to provide any mechanical benefit at all. And this is all we get at level 15. The exhaustion recovery fits with the theme of the ability,
Mm-hmm.
and although it's still not likely to come up often, it at least feels like we've actually gotten a mechanical advantage.
Sure, yeah.
Then, level 18, empty body. Beginning at 18.
I see nothing wrong with this whatsoever, so I don't know why, what we would change. Empty body is fine.
18th level, you can use
I
your.
don't usually like it, actually.
Oh, really?
The fact that I'm spending my monk mysticism to become invisible feels really weird. Astral projection, I think, is really cool.
Oh, I thought. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But like, yeah, just the invis feels
I guess.
weird to me. That
Yeah.
doesn't feel. It doesn't feel monkey.
So my thought of it is, I guess, maybe it should be more an instant transmission kind of thing, like you get Misty Step.
At 18th level?
I mean, it's not great. Maybe what's Blink? I guess Blink is an equivalent, I guess, because that lets you blink around, all for like a minute.
That puts you in and out of the ethereal plane. How is my monk mysticism? Unless if I specifically meditated on the ethereal plane.
Well, so
Uh,
you're going to the ethereal plane through astral projection. That's part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
like being so like fast that you are on a different plane here and there, I feel like that fits. I don't know.
So yeah, sort of like losing your earthly tether.
Yeah, exactly.
And like swapping so that for like a period of time, like for half of your time roughly, you are just in another spot.
Yeah.
Mm. I still don't get mystic vibes from it. I get dimension like
Okay.
here's
Okay. How about blur? Like you become like a displacer beast in a way.
Blur I would be okay with.
Okay. Yeah. Because I'm thinking after images, right?
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
also thinking after images.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like a blur effect would be better.
I mean,
Which is technically the way that patient defense kind of is, I guess, if you really want to think about it in a way, but you know.
You know, you could kind of even do sort of like the Boris barrage.
Yeah.
Sort of a Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
Yeah. You could do something like that too. Absolutely.
Yeah, sort of shadow clones. Yeah.
We could make it so that it's like options, right? Options instead of invisible, because invisible for a minute is like a big long thing. But if we give several different shorter options, I feel like we could make it an equivalent in a way, you know?
And not only that too, but it's not even greater invisibility. It's just invisibility for 1 minute.
Yeah, so you have to stand still, I think, right? Or...
No, you can still move. You just can't take actions on anyone.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay.
And then during that time, I'm unclear if during that time means while you are invisible or not.
I think that is true. Yes.
I would also think that. So like resistance to all but force damage.
Yeah.
While
invisible from the key.
While invisible. Yeah, and ostensibly like healing up or something. Because I still think you can't even drink potions.
No, that's not something. You can't do any actions that breaks your invisibility.
Yeah, you would still be able to you'd still be able to run, you'd still be able to like bonus action dash. No, actually I don't even think you'd be able to do that.
Yeah, I think it's just regular movement, I want to say. Hold on. We can figure this out really quick.
Please.
Invisible. 5E. Okay. Actually, yeah, let's go. I guess. Yeah, okay. I'll look at that and the condition. So invisibility. Okay, so it is like invisibility, right? Oh no, become invisible. It's not even using the invisibility spell. So we go to the condition. An invisible creature is impossible to see without the aid of magic or a special sense. For the purpose of hiding, the creature is heavily obscured. The creature's location can be detected by any noise it makes or any tracks it leaves. Attack rolls against the creature have disadvantage, and the creature's attack rolls have advantage. So it's not casting invisibility, it is just becoming invisible, which is basically the same thing. Okay. Because invisibility is basically the same thing. So yeah, it's good to ambush for 4 key points, or to go around places if you want to. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like we could do something with this. We could absolutely do something with this.
Yeah, and then I'm reading the description for astral projection, and it lasts for up to an hour.
Yes.
And components, is it? I don't even think it's concentration. No, it's not.
No.
Oh shit, it's a necromancy spell.
Yeah.
So yeah, any damage done to your astral form doesn't reflect on your physical form, which means that like it's a fantastic scouting spell.
Yes.
8 key points for scouting does seem a little costly.
I don't know, because if it lasts for an hour and you can
and you can rest for 10 minutes and get it back.
Yeah.
Like you could like set up camp a half an hour from the dragon's cave. Set up camp, have the monk scout, and then rest, and then go attack the dragon.
Yeah. There's a lot of different ways that I can see this being good for it. So I think it's fine the way that is, at least.
Action to spend 4 key points to become invisible for 1 minute. During that time, you also have.
Also, that hour is an hour moving as a monk does.
Yes. And even like
a monk can move a lot further in an hour than any other or most other characters.
Yeah, exactly. And especially at 18th level, you are fucking zooming, dude.
Have resistance to all damage but force damage. Just gonna change this to beginning at 18th level. You can use your bonus action to done. That's it. I think this is pretty obvious.
So, okay. So we don't have any cost whatsoever. We can just do it with a bonus action. Oh wait, no. No. Okay, so what? Okay, explain.
Losing a round of combat, except I guess you could make 1 attack using your bonus action. Feels rotten. Finally, our cap.
Okay, so you can just use your bonus action to wait. Hold on. I need to hear his justification.
Okay,
for
so
this
he's saying that you can use your bonus action to spend 4 key points to become invisible for a minute. That's what he's saying.
And then he's saying, but then like you don't even get to attack.
But you do.
Like what? Yes, his change though is he would get to, as a bonus action, go invisible for 1 minute, right? By spending 4 key points. What would he do with that invisibility, pray tell? Well, apparently it's attack.
Yes.
So he would go and spend his bonus action going invisible, and then spend his action making himself visible again.
Yeah, but the only benefit is getting advantage to an attack. A single attack.
Well,
maybe, no, 2. Excuse me, 2.
Like, don't get me wrong, you can still take, like, the action of hitting them first and then bonus action go invisible.
You can, absolutely.
Afterward, which would allow you to spend 4 key points.
Yes.
To do what a rogue does already.
Yes. But he's already made it so that you don't have to spend key points to do that.
But at 18th level, you can astral project, which is admittedly pretty bitchin'.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm fine with that. Like, again, if we wanted to change the invisibility thing, I think there's a lot of options that we could do. But like the only change now being, oh, it's a bonus action instead. I'm like, okay. Why? So you're just making it so that you can get free advantage strikes, which that's the immediate thought. And then the other one is, of course, repositioning after doing an attack, which is good. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. Sure. Eh.
Level 18, Empty Body. Beginning at 18th level, you can use your action to spend 4 key points to become invisible for 1 minute. During that time, you also have resistance to all damage but force damage. Just going to change this to, beginning at 18th level, you can use your bonus action to... Done. That's it. I think this is pretty obvious. Losing a round of combat, except, I guess you could make 1 attack using your bonus action, feels rotten. Finally,
You can't even do that because you have to attack to use your bonus action to attack, I believe. So,
You do. We discussed that.
yeah. So, well, yeah. So it's just like, oh no. In order to get invisibility, now don't get me wrong, greater invisibility would be better, but invisibility itself is pretty damn good. So, like, I'm sorry. If it takes an action for a caster to also fucking like get invisibility, I think it's fine to take an action for you to get invisibility for 4 key points. I think that's fine.
I don't think Trained Monk will be happy until the monk is the most overtuned.
Well, yeah.
In the pursuit of balance.
Ah, yes, of course.
our capstone. Perfect Self. Gonna change this one entirely.
Uh-huh.
At 20th level, your mystical powers manifest to their ultimate form. Your dexterity and constitution scores increase by 4. Your maximum for those scores is now 24.
No.
Why?
Absolute. There is not a single class in D&D that improves even 1 score by 4, let alone 2.
What?
Let alone bringing your maximum for those scores above what is considered the mortal max, by the way.
Exactly. What?
No.
What are we doing?
No. Absolutely not.
Why? Why? What?
Yeah, hey, by the way, your dexterity and your constitution scores increasing by 4 would increase your AC by 4 because that increases the modifier on each by 2.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, con.
Oh no, it would
Sorry,
be wisdom.
I was
It would be
thinking dex
wisdom.
and wisdom.
Yeah, but even so, I just
But okay, so then that's giving them health and offensive potential.
yeah.
And not even offensive potential, but the better offensive stat of the 2.
Justify, please.
So, you're a 20th level character. You need something good for that.
This is not good.
Yes, you are a 20th level character. You do need something good for that. I do agree with you.
Like,
I've taken this right.
I would argue that the changes that you've implemented are
too
not
good.
But instead busted.
Yeah.
But yes, when you are 20th level, you do need something good. And I also agree that when you roll for initiative and have no key points remaining, 4, it is a pretty piddly amount of key points for a 20th level fight.
What's your proficiency at 20th level? It's like 8 or 10 or
5.
something? Oh.
5.
Oh.
And then
get 4 plus your proficiency. I don't fucking know.
And then there's also like at 20th level, you should not be going into combats still without key points.
Yeah.
You should have learned how to short rest before combat.
Yeah. I guess this is like for long dungeons or something, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah,
like
sure,
prolonged combats, I guess.
Don't get me wrong, this does help to ensure that the monk is never caught without their tools.
Yeah.
Which, like, I can understand wanting to have a class that, like, all I need is my fists. I don't need my weapons. I'm good. Let's go now.
Right.
So I understand the appeal of wanting a character that's always ready for combat, and by ensuring that you always have at least a baseline of 4 key points.
Yeah.
At 20th fucking level.
I was gonna say. You use all four of
Yeah.
those to make yourself invisible if you want to, I guess. Get fucked.
Yeah. So like,
I don't know. Get somebody who has
I
catnap, I guess. I don't know.
it seems to me that you are trying to ensure that because your class always remains viable,
Yeah.
you can play them in the way that they weren't intended to be played and have that still work. It
Yeah.
seems like that's what you're aiming for with this class,
Right.
truly.
Right. I don't know. I think I agree that we just need more key points to it and then it feels fine. But
Like monks already get a shit ton of key points though. They get them on a short rest.
well,
dude.
exactly. That's the thing. You do just take an hour and you're fucking fine. You're at 20 again. So I don't know. I don't know.
From the barbarian, but I switched the scores so that they would be fitting for the monk.
Sorry. The barbarian doesn't. The barbarian? The fuck does a barbarian get at 20th level? Hold on. Barbarian 5e. Okay. What do you get? Okay, no, so
They get primal champion.
that does do the 4 thing. It does actually do that. Strength and constitution increased by 4. Your maximum is now 24.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then still
I just
you're ignoring the fact that a barbarian is meant to be a meat wall.
That's the thing. I was gonna say, like, barbarian, that at least kind of tracks for me, because it's like, oh yeah, they're the pinnacle of strength and standing there taking the damage because they have rage, they have high hit die, they have high con now because of this. Like it makes more sense to do that, but yeah, strength and con don't add to AC as well, so
It would seem to be that this is a change to monk that comes as a result of really having like Fist of the North Star in your brain when you think monk.
But that would never make me think monk. I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Hey man, if throwing dynamite around can be a martial art.
True.
I thought about dexterity and wisdom, but that is a +4 armor class bonus. The barbarian only gets a +2 armor class bonus with their capstone.
Right.
So dexterity and
yeah, no, con would add to their AC because they do con and dexterity for their unarmed. I forgot about that.
Constitution make the most sense and are balanced against what the barbarian gets. So just a quick
we don't need them to be a frontliner like entirely. I'm sorry. They have their place.
I like them being in the same place as rogues.
Yes. It makes more sense for them to be in the middle line where they can go anywhere they want to go, really.
So I think of it as like your roles in combat,
Yeah.
like barbarians and fighters, paladins. They are like they hit things with swords and hit things with shields and also gain the enemy's attention.
Yeah.
They are brawlers. Your rogues, who like sneak in and do high damage and then sneak out before getting hit, hopefully, and maybe need to have like some peel and some support from the backline. Those are your skirmishers.
Yeah.
Monk should absolutely be a skirmisher in my mind.
I agree with that. But you can the thing is, monks are more versatile in that way because you can build them so that they can be more frontline or they can be more supportive if you really want to, right? Like
what would a supportive monk look like?
High wisdom, so that they can utilize and high wisdom and I think elemental or any of the other like mercy as well, like those that do like the supportive kind of key actions. Like there's
That just sounds like an ineffective monk. If they're going high wisdom, then what? They're ostensibly going to be mainlining stunning strike, which is commonly
Well, so
resisted.
I'm talking about the stuff that they get from their subclasses. This is what I was saying with Mercy and with Elemental.
Right, yeah.
So
I've only been thinking about core monk.
yeah, which is fair, absolutely, because that's what we're focusing on. But it like that's how you can build them in different ways, right? By thinking about the subclasses, because monks are not just core; they are also the subclasses. So with those types, they have, like, with the elemental one, you have your spell like abilities basically that you can, with the high DCs, you can do a lot more utility with. And then with the mercy, you can heal people and such. So I feel like it would, you can build them to be that way as well. I'm just saying, monks are super versatile, so that's why they belong in that mid tier, so that they can be, effective at being in the middle, I guess. I don't know. And then built in different ways to make them more effective one way or the other, but not leaving the middle. So this is just literally just saying, no, fuck it. The monk gets to go all the time in the front all the time, which they still can, but I don't know. It's not their main, like, it's not their purpose, I guess.
Recap of the changes I'm recommending. Number 1, hit die changes to D10. Number 2, martial arts can be done in light or medium armor.
Whatever.
Now, keep in mind that there are still benefits to being unarmored. You still get unarmored defense. You still get unarmored movement. But
you can get better medium armor that can last you the entire campaign instead of doing unarmored stuff by the time that you hit, like, level 20, I guess. So I don't know. Sure.
do wear light or medium armor, you can do your martial arts. Number 3, the martial arts die now starts at a D6 at level 1, becomes a D8 at level 5, 2D6 at level 11, and 3D6 at level 17. Number 4.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
Does the jump from 6, 8, 12, 18 feel a little rough to you?
Yes.
So what about 2d6 plus d4?
As the final?
Yeah, right? It feels awkward, but it's also more fitting
Yeah.
with the math.
Yeah. That feels better, at least to me.
Yeah, it feels better, but I also know that as a player, I wouldn't want to roll 3d6 plus, or 2d6 plus a d4.
Yeah.
I'd be like, what the shit?
Yeah, I don't know. It's ugh.
DC for our key powers are
great
now
tics about
dexterity
name.
based.
Yes.
Number 5, Step of the Wind no longer costs key. Number 6, Quickened Healing now costs 1 key.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7, Stunning Strike now has its own resource pool.
By the way, the quickened healing thing is an optional rule in a different rulebook that isn't necessarily a core thing.
Yeah, like,
so
I'm not opposed to monks being able to heal themselves,
no,
actually.
which is fine to have, but again, as 1 key point instead of the 2, I don't know, man. Sure.
I think the fact that it would be going from an optional rule, and isn't it also like a feat?
No. This is just
Okay.
a different feature that you can take.
Okay, it's just an optional rule then.
Yeah.
So like the fact that we would be mainlining a class from having no healing to having some,
Yeah.
is pretty good.
Well, so you also have to remember that it's utilizing his die, so it's D6, D8, 2D6, 3D6 as the martial arts die that you roll to heal.
Yeah.
Which is better than any other fucking class ever. That
when do you get quickened healing? Like at 14?
7th? Or no.
Oh fuck.
I don't remember, but I think it was earlier on. It's not 14th.
Quickened healing 5e.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true.
It's 2 chi points. Found it on World Anvil, D8 per monk level. Where the fuck? Why can't I now? Why can't I find it? Stillness of mind, purity of body.
I'm gonna
Quick.
I'm gonna race you now. Now that you're having trouble.
Literally,
Quick and healing.
Firefox is saying. Ugh.
Also at 4th level. 4th level. Oh.
Yeah, no, fuck that.
And it scales. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm actually less opposed to its scaling because, like, what's 18? Like, 3d6 healing is far less significant.
Yeah.
If you were spending an action to recover 3d6 at 20th level.
Yeah, that's fair. Let me just make sure that I'm looking at this correctly.
Even in intro, HP pot is 2d8, and if they're healing 1d6.
Yeah, number rolled plus your proficiency bonus. Okay. But that's 1 key point per, so you could be doing each of them 20 times if you wanted to.
Again, 1 key point, absolutely overtuned.
Yeah.
I think 2 is
2 is fine. 2 would be fine, but again, with the I don't know, man. It's
I can't believe you're making me agree with Tasha's Treant Monk.
Ooh. True.
And if you run out of uses, you can spend a key to continue using Stunning
That's
Strike.
right, the Stunning Strike thing,
Number
I
8,
forgot.
Stillness of Mind now works. Number 9.
Oh, it's just funny.
Did, brother.
Timeless Body now includes an exhaustion recovery on a short
The
rest.
only, like, really good
Number
one.
10. Empty Body uses a bonus action to start.
Whatever.
And number 11, our capstone is now Perfect Self, +4 Dexterity, and +4 Constitution. So how much of this do you need to look up during gameplay? Maybe the reduced cost of Quick and Healing, that might be something you might forget. Honestly, most of this stuff is only going to come up at the level ups, and it's not going to be stuff you need to look up in the middle of a game. There is...
It says you.
Yeah, like, I was wandering around outside on my patio, and he's like, how much of this stuff do you have to look up in this game? And to myself, I just go, a lot.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm sorry. Yeah, sure, I keep rules in my head, you know, like they fucking live there for some reason sometimes. So, like, that's me, but I don't know, man.
But
Even me.
But Alejo, this is less bookkeeping.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. That's true.
Nah, admittedly, that's an unfair point of mine to make. I'm just being contentious.
But that's part of what he's trying to do. That's the thing. He's literally made that a mission statement. So I don't.
So, would you consider rolling, like, your dice pool that you roll for, like, say, your martial arts die, like, you roll 3d6 instead of, like, well, a d10 or whatever? Would you consider that to be part of bookkeeping?
No, I'm talking about like Stunning Strike with its own resource pool and having to remember that Quickened Healing has its own fucking shit. Like, what? Yeah, no, not me having to roll more dice.
We have added a completely new type of bean.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know. And I would also say, like, the stillness of mind now being worded in such a weird way, a specific weird way, that I would have to then look at, you know, sometimes just to be like, oh, yeah, no, this is... But I can just say it works now, so I don't... Anyway.
There's 1 extra resource pool to keep track of at level 5. So you have 2 total resource pools. I still think that's really easy.
It is!
So
you're right. It would be really easy, but you've gone from 1 to 2 for no reason. So, okay.
These changes address my issues with the monk. So let's take a look. First was my issue with monk defense being weaker and more restricting. Well, that restriction is removed. Now you will give up your unarmored movement bonuses if you wear armor, so you still might not want to, but at least you have the option.
look, okay, I'm fine with you having more options. That's not something that I would ever say no to. Okay? You still have that option. You just aren't proficient. So you don't get your proficiency bonus to the armor, and you still get all the detriments to having the armor. The only thing that you get as a benefit is being able to punch.
If you were a mountain dwarf, you should still have proficiency with the armor.
Yeah. In which case you would get your proficiency bonus and everything. Like, you have to do certain things to make it so you can be proficient. I'm just saying, in general, if you don't do certain things, you wouldn't have your proficiency bonus. So
yes, you're proficient, but like just because you're proficient doesn't mean that it's a good idea for your build.
exactly. So again,
I can be a wizard who's trained in the use of a great sword because of like something in my flavor.
Yeah.
But like, fuck, dude, I'm not going to not cast fireball.
Yeah, exactly. And like, again, you still have the options in the regular game if you really want them. So now you just made it so that it's there, I guess.
You remember, Alejo,
Yeah.
when casters used to be able to wear armor because there was a spell failure chance?
Yes, I do. God, I missed that.
Because that allowed for this exact sort of thing of like, hey, you know what? My wizard is going to have a staff in one hand and a sword in the other, and like some very light armor. And I'm going to be a battle mage.
Yep.
And yeah, I'm not going to be the most efficient mage that I could be. That's because I'm doing a little bit of battling, and I'm not necessarily the best battler that I could be because I'm doing a bit of maging.
Exactly.
So like,
and then they made subclasses based off that.
yeah, so like the idea of allowing a player to like hamstring the efficacy of their own proficiencies in order to like build towards a certain build is kind of one of the tenets of D&D.
Yes.
It's one might even say one of the tenets of RPGs.
Yes, exactly. This is why fucking the materials, fucking, if you had mithril fucking light armor as a mage, you got rid of your spell failure chance and it was great. Come on. Like, just go back. Let me go back.
The D10 hit points increases durability, and a bonus action disengage does give you the option to play a more defensive style. Second, I found that some features never saw use.
You still have to. It's just the key cost. You just hate the key cost. That's it. That's the only thing that.
Because of the key cost. Well, now that Stunning Strike has its own pool, players are incentivized to spend key elsewhere. You'll see monks using Step of
the incentive is that other things exist, my guy.
Yeah. And also, like, you're losing track of the fact that, oh, there's no positive incentives for players to Stunning Strike. So surely that's the only reason why they're not Stunning Strike. And it's like, no, the reason why players don't Stunning Strike is because they're actively disincentivized to Stunning Strike. Because Stunning Strike costs an action.
Yeah.
And probably won't succeed.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
For the win now.
Like, the key points are truly, like, tertiary to the issue.
Yes, I would agree 100%.
It doesn't cost key. Quickened healing doesn't have crippling costs, so we might see that.
Crippling? 2 points is crippling? Yeah, at 4th level, I get, yeah. But, okay, sure.
And then third, stillness of mind is now fixed.
That's why it's fucking optional.
It still uses your action, but you can end charmed or frightened now without exception. Fourth, every feature the monk has now at least has some kind.
Yeah, take credit for it.
So now you can rules lawyer your DMs better. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. We can't just work off the fact that, I don't know, it just makes more sense this way. Yeah, okay.
Hey man, having a rules lawyer centered buff for your class is mandatory.
Of mechanical advantage. And fifth, our capstone is now terrific. Something definitely to look forward to.
That's
And
true.
6th,
Admittedly
our
fair.
martial arts die now should
It's true, but like, I don't know, man. Sure, whatever.
eventually do more damage than our weapons. So we can actually use it for monk weapons, and it's good. And it no longer distance.
Okay. So when it becomes better is, quote, when we can begin actually using it.
Oh god.
So when it becomes good enough that it overhauls everything else and becomes by its lonesome better
Yeah.
is when we can actually start using the martial arts die. That's when it starts
Yeah.
contributing.
For the weapons, and it's like, well, hey man, maybe, I don't know, maybe when I used it before and I had to use it in that way because certain things can only be affected by slashing or piercing instead of my blunt damage that I was doing with my fists every time. I don't know, man, maybe that's why I can just like pick up a sword and use my D6 instead of the D4, so that I can, I don't know, do the thing a little bit better, so I can be at least useful instead of stuck punching. I don't know.
Alejo, do you know what this class needs?
What does it
It needs what? It needs one thing.
Okay.
And then I'll support every change.
Okay, yeah.
I need to see him put a little number 12, and I need to see Vow of Poverty is now enforced. I want to see your monk swinging at that ghost, and yeah, sure, he can deal 3d6 martial damage, but it's not going to fucking matter because that's not a +1 weapon.
That's right.
If we now included Vow of Poverty is enforced, I would be completely cool with all of these.
Yeah.
Do you remember, Alejo, the first campaign that you ran, Miles ran a monk.
Yes.
And he was so fucking overtuned, it was nutty. And then I remembered that he had Vow of Poverty, and it gave him all of these things.
Well, so
and I was totally cool with it.
yeah, he was.
It gave him that like aura around him.
Yeah, well, so remember, he was pretending to be a monk, but he was actually a paladin with Vow of Poverty. That was the way it was.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah. But still, you were right.
Unlikely forgot it by now.
Yeah, you were right though, because the vows that he took made it so that he was able to be tuned to that point. Because back in the day, when you took vows, you were able to take feats and all that shit, right?
Bring back vows and flaws.
Yes, please. Just take me back.
Incentivize.
Put me back.
This seems like mostly nitpicks. Yeah, it just seems like this guy doesn't like monks for some reason, and it's like, okay, I don't know, man. Or I'm sorry, monks aren't fucking incredible, so they need to be updated to be too good.
Monks aren't OP, and this is a problem.
Using weapons in two hands. So, how about our DPR? How does that look? I wanted to make sure I did enough, but I didn't overcompensate. So I did a lot of math here. So what I did is...
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm excited. Yeah, tell me, show me your work, please. Finally.
I do want to see the math on screen and not just it worked out like you did earlier.
Like you did earlier every time.
Let's give the monk a quarterstaff and then have them use it two-handed. Start the character with a 16 dexterity, and then raise our dexterity at levels 4 and 8. And then once we get key, we expand it on Flurry of Blows.
Yeah, I would love to like see this being played out on screen.
You have all of this text on screen, so I know you know the trick that you can display text on a screen.
You have the technology. We have established this.
I have determined that you know better.
This is where it puts us. As you can see, the monk is above baseline all the way up, by the way.
This tells me only that you have lines. That's all this tells me.
Yeah, this is an Excel spreadsheet. This is Google Docs, actually.
Yeah, this is nothing but a graph. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This looks a lot like the graph of the American economy that like Trump showed
That's right.
recently.
This
And
is
I was just like, cool, that's a line.
this is stonks as fuck, my guy. Hell yeah.
If you're wondering about what baseline means or how I calculate damage, I've linked a video in the video description. And if you're interested
Oh, thank
in how I
God.
Okay,
calculated the math,
that would
So
be what-
no, I'm not gonna give you this because you should have given. You had enough time to give us this in detail. You did. You had enough time. I'm sorry. You just did. I shouldn't have to go to something else for you to show your work. Are you kidding me? Come on.
but no, you have to buy the DLC after you buy the game.
Oh,
So then that way Treant Monk gets to double dip off of.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's true. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
And like I'm not criticizing specifically Treant Monk.
No.
This is the meta of being a YouTube.
I
content
understand that.
creator, and I fucking despise
But
it.
the problem, of course, that I would see that as is watch time and is better the longer you have it. So like the more that you can keep us engaged and
Right.
everything is what you want. So
So like I could understand if it were like if this were a 10-minute video and
Yeah.
he wanted to make another 10-minute video
Yeah.
so that it was algorithm friendly, I could understand that. But like this is a 27-minute and 7-second long
Exactly.
video. This is already going to get ignored by the algorithm. So just put it here.
yes, exactly. So whatever. But line go up though. What do you mean show more? Exactly. Line go up.
for this particular chart, I've included that math in the video description as well.
Oh! Now that's music. Video description. All right.
Hey, Optimancers, Treant Monk.
That's not the right thing that I needed to click.
Hey, Optimancers, Chris here.
All right, Chris. I now remember your name because you said it in the beginning. Where is your math? Okay.
Hold on. Whoa, there is math here.
There is math here.
Ooh, this is exactly what I wanted.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Oh, how did I fuck this up?
Oh yeah, I can bring out a pen and a pencil to this shit.
Awesome. Hang on, everybody. I fucked it up somehow. There we go. Oh, cool. Hell yeah. Could we? I don't know. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. Hang on. My
Well,
watch
based-
together just completely fucking broke. All right. Hang on, everybody.
Hold
Hey,
on a second,
Optimancers,
I'm
Chris
giving
here.
you, one of the
I've been doing a series where I rank subclasses.
Oh my god. Okay. My everything is fucking falling apart. Hang on.
Would it help if I provided screenshots of the description instead?
There we go. Okay. Yes, actually, that would help.
But based
a hell
on
of a
these,
lot more. Because this is not useful this way. Thank you. Okay. No, there we go. Okay, I got it. You don't need to do that.
Roger.
All right. So, window capture, math. We call it math. Let's see. It's that one. There we go. All right. Let's get some math in here, everybody.
Oh,
Oh no.
they're not. It's not actually math. It's like some of the stuff. Like at level 11, he does show the math, but like level 5 through like level 10, he just says, "This is the number."
Oh no.
He does say at level 8. I do see parentheses.
Oh yep, I'm seeing. Okay, yeah. Revise to that, which he's okay. So. Okay. And then.
Yeah,
Okay. Wait, sorry. What? Okay, playing with the math. That plus critical chance. That's 8.8. Okay. Level 2. We add flurry of blows per short rest. Okay. Per attack, 2 attacks over 16 rounds is 0.51. Okay. If it's 16 rounds.
why over 16 rounds?
Is that because
Is it-
4?
Is it just
Wait. Yeah, why over 16 rounds?
Did he just pick a sample size of 16 as to get an average of DPR?
I don't know, because is 16 the average? Like, how many rounds is the average, like, combat?
Let me find out.
I love how hyped Aiden got about putting pen to paper. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, 16 round.
Level 2 and 3 encounters can easily go 6 to 8 rounds. Yeah, it seems to be like I'm seeing anywhere from 3 to 5 or
Yeah.
6 to 7.
I was gonna say,
I'm
I don't think that's an average. What? Why? Where did 16? I would love to know where 16 rounds came from. I don't. I don't know. Is that? Oh, is that like because of 4 encounters? What's the average amount of encounters that are supposed to be in a session? That's
trying to calculate average damage per session for combats that may or may not happen
exactly.
feels a little
Well, that's the
like
only
your
that's the only
premise.
way that I
Like
can.
your premise is off.
Yeah, that's the only way that I can imagine that we're trying to, like, get this number. This is the newer video. He has a different one that's called Monks Suck in D&D from 5 years ago. This one was from 4 years ago. This is the newer one. Huh? Oh, I guess maybe that one. Whatever. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the videos.
14 times 0.6 plus critical chance 8 times 0.05. Okay, so that's 8 rolls at 1 in 20. Is he assuming 14 times 0.6? Am I making 14 attacks, each of which have a 2/3 likelihood to hit? And then calculating critical chance separately? No, it can't be that.
I don't know.
And also, like, the 14 plus the 14 that's multiplied by 0.6
Yeah.
plus the 8 multiplied by the crit chance assumes that I'm making 22 rolls, not 16.
Yeah. So, oh, well, but that is that because you
Like,
get Flurry of Blows early? Like, you get it at level 1? No, you get it. When do you get Flurry of
2,
Blows? Hold on.
level 2.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Oh, well, then the 2 attacks would be from attack and bonus action, right? So,
And you're also assuming
and then,
level 2, add 2 flurry of blows per short rest. And then he says, like, the 8.8 DPR in the playing with math, the DPR
yeah,
calculations. That's 8.8 DPR. And then he immediately goes on to level 2, add 2 flurry of blows per short rest, 9.31 DPR.
yeah,
How do I know that a flurry of blows is the same as 0.255 damage per round?
I don't know.
Like, hey, you know what? This may be some big brain math shit that I am just unaware of.
Yeah.
I am willing to be wrong in this scenario.
There is math here, which is more than I
Yeah,
expected.
no, there is there is math here, which leads me to believe that these changes are, if nothing else, thought out.
Yeah.
Um,
And potentially
and
optimal
the
in terms of damage, sure.
and, and but unfortunately, we're running into the issue that you run into when you try to check a high schooler's work, which is, okay, 8.8 DPR now jumps up to 9.31. Please show your work.
Exactly. That was my that was originally what I was saying. Like, I would love for you to show your work, and you've got some remainders here, and we don't use those anymore. So where am I?
Like, I'm actually fine with remainders being part of the
Oh yeah.
calculations. for D&D specifically
Sure.
because I like getting into that nitty-gritty
Sure,
of,
sure,
I'm
sure.
dealing 5.4 damage per round, and then I push up my eyeglasses.
Yeah, for sure.
But like I do need to see some math justifying these numbers.
Yeah, I'm just more using the remainders as just the like, just a placeholder or something. But I don't know, man. From what I get
And like
from his calculations, we see that there is a 9 damage increase at level 20 from 30.73 to 39.73. We really, 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 really needed all of these changes to get 9 extra damage.
I would say 9 average damage per round. Because like that's
Yeah.
not just 9 damage, that's 9 average damage.
True.
Which is pretty significant.
True.
Like going from near 30 to near 40 damage per round.
Yeah. That is true. That is a lot, technically. 70% chance of the time. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's significant in terms of the increase, but also I don't need this. I don't need this.
Yeah. I agree that it's significant in terms of the increase. However, I am not presenting the fix for the monk, which
Yes.
leads me to be pretty disinclined to do math for a class that I ultimately don't particularly care about.
Yeah. Exactly.
Um
So like I don't know.
please justify your math more. I understand that the YouTube description is going to be a really bad method no matter what of trying to show math, so you're kind of fucked from go in that regard.
I mean,
But
you
I
could have shown
would
it in the video,
but
so
I would but I would also really appreciate something a bit more distinct than level 9 dash 22.31,
yes.
level 10 dash 22.68.
Yeah. Um now I will ultimately concede that your changes have absolutely raised the damage potential. Absolutely they have. I will 100%
Oh yeah.
concede that. My ultimate thing here though is that it wasn't necessary. We didn't need to do this. I am glad that this is something that you have done for yourself and how you want to play monks, and I'm also glad that you aren't enforcing this as something that we should be doing. Um, at the same time, I don't know. Sure, okay, uh huh. That's where I'm at.
Like, sure, if people understand that monk is bad, like I said, I have no personal experience with monk, so fuck whatever I say. But it does seem that these changes take monk out of the vision of power level that was intended for every other class in the game.
Yes. I have no problem with monk right now, and
Including classes that technically aren't in the game, like artificer.
yes. I have no problem with the monk right now as is, and I have a problem with the monk that you've created. But that is my own thing, and whatever. Right? Do whatever you want at the end of the day. I'm just very confused on your methodology, I guess. You had one thing that I strongly agree with. That's it. That's all I've got for you.
These rules, if the monk spends their key on Flurry of Blows, they're able to achieve and slightly get over baseline all the way up. I will say that if you're not spending your key on Flurry of Blows, the monk still falls below baseline. So this isn't a lot of damage. But you know what? This is also the base
This
monk.
is also
We haven't added a sub.
this is your basis is that because you aren't using Flurry of Blows all the time, that you're underperforming. This is also why I just don't care most of this, because it's like I'm sorry, the game isn't all about damage. I don't know, man. There's other aspects, right, that I'm just like, I find those as valuable, if not more so, in a lot of the cases.
I was thinking to myself of like, yeah, this is just another scenario where someone oversimplifies D&D into being a damage per round calculation.
Yes.
And it's like, no, D&D is a collaborative effort. You do not need to be Mr. Main Big Dick DPS.
Yes.
You like, and again, you are supporting people doing stunning strike. You added a whole new beam counter.
Yes.
So like, you do clearly understand the power of like collaboration.
Yes.
And I do understand you trying to have like mass market appeal by like showing damage numbers and showing like, oh wow, look at that guy, see it's tuned.
Whoa.
But like I didn't need it though.
Yeah. There are some issues here. You have fixed one of them.
No, I do agree. Monk does need to be buffed alongside Ranger, but like I don't think that it's nearly as bad as Ranger.
No, absolutely not. What concerns me is that he's saying earlier that he was going to try to make it. He was going to try not to make it OP. What would making it OP look like in his eyes? True.
That's a really good point. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was part of his whole mission statement. This reminds me of that Sheldon Cooper line. Is it the math that makes it fun, or it is the math that makes it fun? Yeah. That's fair. I don't know. Whatever. I like math. I don't need this math.
Subclass yet. This is fairly appropriate here for a martial that can also deliver status conditions, because remember, we can still do Stunning Strike and we can still spend all our ki on something else.
And this, you have to remember that he made a separate video for all the subclasses as well, I guess. So this isn't even all of Monk. This is just the baseline that he's fixing. You can't even imagine what it's going to look like when he fixes each of the subclasses. Woo, boy!
So this is why I said that he was implementing power creep earlier.
Yeah.
Was because the fact that someone was like, oh, well, this is Treant Monk tells me like, oh, Treant Monk does videos like this on ostensibly other classes. Yeah, he's just implementing power creep.
Yeah.
And then he's saying, guys, look at that, I fixed D&D.
I fixed it. Yo. Hell yeah.
So we're not giving up Stunning Strike in order to achieve these numbers. And generally speaking, when I've got a character that is supposed to be filling multiple things, like doing a bit of control and damage, this isn't far off where I...
But Stunning Strike wouldn't ever affect their DPR meaningfully anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's way less damage than their max potential, so why would you ever use it in your damage per round calculations?
Yeah.
And the stun only is really most beneficial for your teammates, so why is that even taken into account?
I'll recheck it, but I'm pretty sure that Stunning Strike is at the start of your turn? No, it's until the end of your next turn. That's why. So you can still attack the stunning creature.
Yeah, so you can still, so you can then flurry blows.
Yeah. Get advantage all the time. Yeah. Okay.
I would expect it to be. The only time the monk really gets significantly above the baseline is level 20, and that's because we gave them a good capstone. So those are my proposed changes for the monk. I'm listing them in the video description, and I'll pin a comment with them as well. And
so you say like, oh, the only point where they go significantly above it is level 20, and like, yeah, sure, don't get me wrong. Also, why is your average damage calculation 46?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be much lower?
I thought it was lower because the math says that it's
I
lower.
thought it was 39.73.
Yeah, I thought so too. Wait a minute. Where are we?
Why are we above the middle line in between 40 and 50, making that either 46 or 47? It looks closer to 47.
Yeah, why are you lying to me in your graph? You gave us the math.
Wait, no, I'm now really confused.
Yeah, wait. I didn't even think of that. What the fuck? What's going on? What is that? What?
I feel like this was the first time I actually looked at the graph.
Well, now that I saw the math and I saw the final calculations, and now I'm looking at the graph, it doesn't line up.
Wait.
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 Hold on.
Wait. What?
Oh, dang.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
No, hold on.
No.
We're not skating past
Something's
here.
wrong. Wait, hold on. I can't.
No. This does register on the fuckometer.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Let me. All right, math, you're back. Okay, let's. Okay, I'm looking at. Okay.
Oh, actually, no. He did 2 changes to Monk, I think.
Okay.
One with the martial die changes.
Yeah.
Which is calculated down below. That's the 39.73. And then the damage increases by 2, chance to hit 70%, which has the average at 30.73. So is 30.73 the original?
I think so.
Like PHB monk, or
Yes.
is 30.73 his monk minus die scaling?
Oh, I don't. I would best faith that it's base PHB. That's the first one.
I'll also go with this assumption.
But it still doesn't.
But that still leaves the issue of 47.
But wait. Well, huh? Oh, wait. What's that? We have 54.5 times 0.07. No, that still doesn't. What? Wait, what? What?
There must be something I'm misunderstanding.
You can't be showing me completely different data from your calculations that you have listed out. You can't be, right?
Like, don't get me wrong. I was a freshman once. I had graphs do this to me too. So like,
but he had a video that he edited, and he would have looked at this.
You don't know that.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, so his baseline, right?
Yeah.
Baseline monk at 20th level comes up to around 35.
Yes.
And in his calculations, it comes to 30.73.
Yes.
So like,
we're missing 5 somehow.
So I'm less inclined to think that he messed up the math of the line for like already given PHB math, because that's definite. And maybe the Marshall die scaling error that we see could come from like a PEMDAS error somewhere.
Maybe.
I'm just trying to be good faith.
I think there was an error somewhere. That's as much as I can tell you, because I have no idea how you get from 39 to nearly what, 47? 48?
I would be more inclined to believe the red line than I would the blue, but that's just out of me at proactively attempting to be good faith.
Right. Yeah, I would be willing to agree to that. But
But like it still
it doesn't help
change the fact that the blue line feels really weird.
Yeah.
Like we do see a spike, and he does like try to account for that, but like
Yes.
we all know that like even though we're expecting a spike, we're not expecting it to be that dramatic.
No.
Which is why seeing that spike at the end feels so jarring.
Exactly.
Because it feels unlike the vibes of the math that we have been given.
Yeah.
And I am just going to assume this is a mistake.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. All right. We spent just end the video. Here we go.
And like I said, a video where I talk about monk subclasses and the fixes for some of them is upcoming. So hope you'll join me for that. Otherwise, until next time, I'm going to sit back, relax, and have some fun. D&D is for everyone. Thanks, everybody.
Agreed.
Talk to you soon.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's
One of the videos of all time.
definitely a video that we watched. Yeah.
Ooh, I like his art. It's got the Elden Ring vibes.
Oh yeah.
From the tree guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is cool. Okay. Well, those are the monk fixes. They certainly did. He fixed a thing. I will say, I agree to one of his fixes.
Monk was fixed into something else.
It definitely was fixed.
One of the most thrilling.
Okay, let me look. Yeah, no, that's gonna be longer. Okay. I think unfortunately that means that we're just gonna do
How
one.
How long is his follow-up video?
Well, so his follow-up video, I have no idea.
Yeah, the one where he I kind of want to see the one where he justifies the math.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see. What was
Hey, Optimancers, Chris here.
that was
Maybe not necessarily on the show. That'll be on my own time, but
Yeah, here we go. How to calculate average
gamers.
damage. It's 20 minutes. 21 minutes and 14 seconds. Average damage per round on a hit easy method. Simply add the average of each die, half the die type plus half, plus any damage bonuses. Add all attacks in a... I'll just give you the link.
interesting. The one I'm used to is half of the damage max plus 1. So like a D6 on average rolls 4.
Yeah, exactly. But this is plus a half. And this add all attacks in a round together.
I think adding the half is because it's technically a remainder, so it's more accurate. Adding 1 is the quick and dirty fix I do.
Gotcha. Convert your chance to hit with the decimal. Advantage, disadvantage. On average, you square your chance to miss. On disadvantage, you square your chance to hit after converting to decimals. Okay. Yeah, it's a whole video.
You would square the
Yeah.
that is true.
Yeah.
I hadn't taken that into account. That would fuck with the math.
It would.
I don't know if it would fuck with the math that significantly because your chance to hit would go from like 0.5 to like 0.77. But like again, vibes based. There's nothing justifying that math. But like having your chance to hit go from like I guess from 50 to 77% would be significant enough to.
It would be something.
Yeah, it would be something.
I think that's why he had the 70% in the end there, because that would be closer to. Well, no, that's
Well, yeah, because their dexterity would spike, which means their to hit chance spikes.
Yeah. So
which means that instead of it just being a bonus to damage, it's an increase to hit and then to damage. So you double dip off of it.
Yeah. So there, like, his math at least, or at least parts of his math, I can understand why he got there.
It does seem a bit extreme to me, but like
Agreed.
Hey, if there's math, then yeah, sure.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's more than I expected. Like, very much so. But I had a second video for the evening, but I think that one's good enough. I think we did
Yeah,
good enough.
we spent 4 hours on it.
Yeah, I think it's all right. So we'll cover the what was it? The slow combat, the 3 reasons D&D combat feels slow, and my 43-year-old solution another time. But this seems good enough. So,
is that also from Treant Monk?
No, it is from Earthmote, which I think we've covered once or twice, maybe. It's just
Maybe
it was just another thing that seemed kind of. Now it seems like it works well because it's just another like fix, make D&D go faster because it feels slow or something. So I'm just like but it'll be it'll be a future thing. Anyway, this is where I will of course give you the option if you wish to depart.
I shall indeed. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye, Alejo.
Goodbye.
I bid you all a pleasant week.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right. I'm gonna get to comments real quick because we only got the one, and then get into the shelling and the shilling, and the shouting and the Hey, like the video and stuff if you're new, and watch the show more. Hey, maybe subscribe. All right, cool. See ya for those of you who leave for the comments. Anyway, okay. So we have a comment. We have a comment from Timothy. It's a lore comment. Ooh. So Timothy from last episode says, "Hello, bros. Hello. New lore. Title: A Turtle Saves the King. A gray turtle walked calmly through the mossy weeds of the swamp, picking mushrooms. He heard a noise coming from a tree, so he went to check it out. Looking in the hollow trunk, he saw the form of a pink dragon. The sound of the turtle's footsteps woke up the dragon. Their eyes locked. Both of them knew the other wasn't going to attack. The turtle broke the ice. Turtle: You look out of place, stranger. Cornell: Do I? What makes you say that? Just a feeling I have. Pink dragons are a rare sight around here. Well, dragons in general. I think I know the reason why dragons stay away from this place. A great worm lives here. Correct. Also, the swampland itself tends to beat down magic users that don't pay the proper respect to it. Non-magic users affected to, just not as bad. What's the difference? Magic users can do more damage. The swampland was brought to life by the Kuatoa that lived here long ago, which in the long run helped a lot. The swampland takes care of us, and the swampland will take in anyone that proves they are not a threat. How does one prove they are not a threat? An offering would help. I see. I would need to find an appropriate place to make this offering, I'm guessing. You'll learn fast, but there is no need to stumble around looking for one. I have an offering table in my home you can use. You would let a stranger use your offering table? Why? My mother always said to show kindness to others. That's why. Besides, I haven't had guests in a long time. Oh, where are my manners? I am called Duskborn. The turtle held out his hand for a handshake. I am King Cornell, Alabaster, of the Moon Valley. The two shook hands. Duskborn: Ha! I figured that's who you were, but I didn't want to assume things. Well, I guess that will save time not having to tell you as much as I thought. Indeed. Shall we go to my humble home, King Sir? The turtle bowed with a grin on their face. No need to be formal. Lead the way. The two made their way to Duskborn's home, which was a simple wooden house sitting in a sleepy little nook of the swamp. It took about an hour of walking to get to. Duskborn: Ta-da! Now, it isn't a castle, but it's mine. I built it myself. Cornell: I would never look down on a person's home. No need to worry about that. It might be a tight fit if I don't polymorph, though, and at the moment I should save my strength. Duskborn. We can camp outside until you feel a little better. My homemade mushroom soup can make anyone feel good. Wait here a minute. Duskborn went inside the house. Bumps and bangs were heard as he gathered items. He reappeared with a cast iron pot, a bag of ingredients, wooden cups and bowls, a blanket to sit on, and a bottle of rum. Duskborn. The rum is a little old, but it's still good. It's the nicest drink I have, unless you want to try bog coffee. Any drink would taste like fine wine to me right now. Duskborn filled the pot with water and lit a fire underneath. He then started tossing things into the pot. Duskborn. So what brings you to the swampland? I'm working on a project. I can't say too much, but it's important. Ah, I get you. Probably something to help your kingdom, I bet. You could say that, yes. I visited the Moon Valley some years ago. You did a great job with the place. It was so sad and run down before. Thank you. There was a little trial and error, but things are going well. Duskborn poured soup into a bowl and gave it to Cornell. The soup's warmth soothed Cornell's nerves. Duskborn. How did you get in that tree? Cornell. My party was ambushed by hostile bullywugs, and we got separated. That makes sense. There's a bullywug tribe up north a ways that can get pretty mean. They were most likely the ones that attacked you. They work with the black dragon great worm, some say. I made friends with a nearby group of grungs, just in case I need help. They keep those bullywugs off my back. The grungs in this part of the swamp are strong. Even the great worm gives them respect. Really? I see. It might be a good idea to talk with these grungs. Could you arrange a meeting? Of course I could. A hunting party from them should come by in a few days, I think, if you're willing to wait. If I must, I must. Hopefully, they can help me find my party mates. That's all I got. Have a nice day. Thank you. And thank you for the comment, of course, Timothy. Appreciate it. Anyway, that's it for comments. That's it for the show proper. Time to shill the fuck out of us. Hey, whoa! If you're still here and you're new, hey, you should subscribe. And hey, also, you should like the video. And hey, also, you should comment below as well if you have anything to say. And hey, also, you should share it around with people that might enjoy the type of things that we do here. I know it's not for everyone, but it is for some people. Those of us like yourself, maybe. Oh, subscribe. Anyway, we here have a website that you can go and visit. Wowie zowie, look at this. It's a website. It's in the description. You can find the schedule and everything through it. You can find, I haven't updated this. You can find episodes. You can find this sub counter here. Oh, cool. The Firefox can't open that page, but that's neat. Playlists, and audio only stuff if you're not so video inclined. All this kind of stuff is here, as well as the stuff for the ttrpg campaigns that we do, the current how you can get to the actual show there, the audio only versions here, as well as all of these previous campaigns, Devils and Dice and Delta Green stuff, and Sunrise in Sin City, the current vampire campaign, as well as going over to, there's digital distractions here that you can go and see those playlists, as well as of course the guest list is here for you to go to all of our guest channels, and some brief stuff for the hosts here. But ultimately, the support us further page is where you can support us further if you wish to, if you want to do more than just watch the videos. So we have a Patreon and a Ko-fi. They both give you the same kinds of benefits. Patreon.com/TableTalkCrew and Ko-fi.com/TableTalkCrew. Their links are in the description. You can join us for $1, as little as $1 a month, and you can support us through financial means. If you wish to, that is entirely up to you. If you think we can You can spare a buck or two. That's up to you. Again, you don't have to do it. It is not an obligation. It's just a nice little thing to do. And you can be like one of these people and get shouted out or just said thank you to. In case of tier 1. So, big thank you goes to Draco Kraken, Rick, aka Unit Rico, and Steely for being in tier 4. That's a big old thank you. Appreciate you much, 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 much. So, you're the reason why we were able to pay for the music subscription in order to keep utilizing the music that we do for the campaigns now, as well as some future stuff that I've got to order because a new thing is coming through, and I'm kind of ordering these parts in piecemeal before I can reveal them to you. But they're coming. Oh boy, it's within our grasp. There's one more thing to order, and it'll take a few weeks, but there's one more thing, so thank you. A thank you goes to Crimson Rose as well in tier 2. That's a thank you to you. And a thank you goes to our tier 1 contributor. Like I said, as little as $1 a month, Ko-Fi or Patreon. You become a table flipper. You can join our Discord, be in the table flipper section, get access to the editing streams when I do them. Hopefully, I should do them before the day before we need another episode of Sunrise in Sin City. I've been worse about that than usual, and I apologize immensely for that for those of you who enjoyed the editing streams. But that is happening, and my painting desk is actually free now, so I hope to do painting streams again at some point. Not table flipper only things themselves, but just in general. I hope to do that more. So we'll see if we can get back to doing that kind of stuff. I haven't painted in forever, and it would be nice to just get back to it. So anyway. Fourth Wall Shop. Oh, hey, ho, ho. You can get our custom dice over on the Fourth Wall Shop. I'll send them to you personally. And, of course, the coasters, the side profiles for each of the crew, as well as Brogan, part of the TableTalk crew here. The mouse pad, the mugs, more stuff to come. It's coming. Go and see if you want to buy some stuff. If you do, hey, go for it. If you don't, hey, thanks for watching it. And maybe seeing if you want any of this kind of stuff. I promise you, these dice are great. They roll their highest value at least once. It's crazy. Anyway, we also are partnered with. Oh, sorry, I'm not going in the right order. We have the PayPal that you can donate to directly. That will, of course, be a thing, as well as a link in our description that we are affiliated with Humble Bundle. Right now, in fact, Humble Bundle, the Choice Bundle, gets you Persona 5 Royal, or Royale. Actually, I think E is at the end of Royale, so it's Royal. And a couple other of these things. I hear good things about My Time in Sandrock, and Lil Gator Game just looks cute as fuck. So, yeah, go and maybe look at the Choice. There's obviously anything you get through the store using our link can give us a little bit of a kickback, I believe. I'm actually not as sure about that anymore. But there is a lot of stuff on here, so even if we don't get the kickback, you should go over to Humble Bundle anyway, because regardless, Humble Bundle has some great stuff. Looks like the tabletop RPG of The Witcher is here. If you're a big fan of The Witcher, like I am nowadays, you can get some tabletop RPG stuff to go along in that universe. That seems neat. $15 for all 6 of these? That's pretty cool, man. That's not bad. And there's some other bundles, of course, the game bundles and the software bundles and all that, but this is a TTRPG thing, so I talk about the TTRPG thing. So yeah, go over there. Use the link in our description and see if it works. I don't know. I haven't seen much from Humble, like, lately in terms of anything to do with the funding and such, so if you're not using the link in the description, hey, more power to you. Don't worry about it. I'm just saying. I don't know. I have no idea if it works or not. I just kind of put a link there that I think is supposed to work. Anyway, Humble Bundle. That's one of the other ways. And of course, drive-through sites. We have Drive-Thru RPG, Fiction, Comics, and Cards. We'll go over to Drive-Thru RPG. There's a link in our description. Hey. If you want to utilize the link in our description, within 15 days of utilizing that link, if you buy something, it gives us a little bit of a kickback. That one I know for sure is at least in the description of, you know, how it works. So I'm trusting that one. There's like Pathfinder stuff. There's I think there's Starfinder stuff probably that people have published. There's official stuff like Daggerheart that you can get through here. There's Warhammer stuff. Like, it's cool, man. So go and buy some stuff from there if you want to, if you're able to. It's not an obligation, of course, but it's some cool stuff. Cards, Comics, and Fiction are the other sites with those types of things that we are affiliated with. So, yeah. Link in the description. Anyway, that's it. That's all the stuff. Thank you so much for joining us for the evening. We really appreciate you all coming out. Those of you who chat, those of you who lurk, it doesn't matter. We just like having the community here. So thank you very much. And thank you for the kind words, of course. I will have a knife week. Yeah, absolutely. And a megaton of fun. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna go blow up Megaton just for you. Anyway. That's it. Subscribe, like, all this stuff. You know the YouTube thing. I'm gonna go back to like watching YouTube, I think, for a little bit before I go to bed. Because my eyes are starting to hurt, and I've got stuff to do tomorrow, but like not like right in the morning, so I'll be alright. And yeah, thanks again. We'll see you next week, and hope you have a good rest of your day, week, everything. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye.